Hello, everyone. Good evening. How we all doing tonight? In answer to, you all know today is Wednesday, so it's Witcher Wednesday, another session of Witcher Roads Home, Season 2. I am your friendly neighborhood Prax, your GM for the evening, and I'm going to let all of my friends say how they're doing, at least so far, because we're gonna have some more. We're gonna have Simon and Billy join us later, and then we have a wonderful hey Renegade, how you doing? Come joining us. Renegade, thank you for staying up. By the way, for those of you who don't know, Renegade's in Germany. It does have... It's ungodly
yeah, it's
hour
real
of the
late
morning
or
for
real
you.
early for you right now.
Nach dem
Real late.
Spiel. Schlaf gut, du Renegade. Schlafen, geh schlafen. Hmm?
Yeah.
So that's it. Sleep. But not now, after the show.
Or whenever you choose to, because
Yeah, we're not the boss of you.
we're not the boss of you. We can encourage things. It's only 2:18 in the AM there. Great. That's...
I have no room to judge based on what time I went to bed last night. So
We don't judge anyways. But we're gonna let people go. Well, you know, we're just gonna start with hey Trooper, since you're the one talking the most right now.
I just wanted to say hi to Renegade. Hey, everybody, I'm Trooper SJP. I hope you're all doing well. I am at this moment getting myself ready to go and be preferences. My character, Ianto, con man and courtesan, who is, at the moment, I believe we're all in the hallway, all of us, about ready to leave because the wild hunt's about to get us. And then Cadeyrn said, no, wait, never mind. And we're like, what? And I believe that's where we ended. That's me. And I'm happy to be here.
I believe that was actually a perfect line delivery for Cadeyrn, and it's we'll come back because he said no wait, false alarm, my perfectly normal human cousin, they're going after and going to kill my perfectly normal human cousin, and there's nothing we can do about it. And then
Does he actually
that's
say
right.
all
Thank you
that?
for
yes, he
reminding me.
does, because
yeah, he
Brenna
did.
then-
I remember
Bren
that.
said-
I
Bren-
remember that now. And I was like,
Brenna then turns and is like, we don't know where she is.
yeah.
We have to go in the room to see if she's actually still there, like, because I don't think we've gone back in the room.
Yeah,
Yes.
oh, we could check, but yeah, Brenna's like, yeah, she's not gonna be there. It's fine. It's not fine, but it's fine.
Yeah, but then Lindy.
Hi. That's me. I'm a Lindy. I'll be playing Countess Brenna von Vendler. She is a half-elven witcher, and now a lady. You know, it's pretty fancy. Not a lot of lady witchers.
Nope.
Possibly a first. We don't know. I don't know. Yeah, just real excited. Brenna's really stressed out. And possibly about to be really sad as, you know, the realization sinks in. But it's fine. She's definitely one of those people who'd be like, it's fine. Everything's fine. Even though it's not.
Indeed, and we'll have Billy and Simon later in the evening, but I think that's an appropriate place for us to pick up. Because last week a lot happened, you know, between a conversation, you know, an investigation and discovering Eleanor tied to a chair and with a letter pinned to her shoulder, with her own hairpin. The discovery of that she had been interrogated aggressively is the terminology some people like to use. I don't agree with-
Aggressive interrogations.
Yes, this aggressive interrogation was probably not good. And then you have the conversations between, well, Ardzo and Ianto, or Ardzo and Ianto, and Cadeyrn and Ianto, where both Ardzo and Cadeyrn attempted to deal with Ianto's crippling self-image and self-esteem issues.
but he knows that he's planning on betraying them all. So like, it's going to be hard to convince him that he's a cool guy. And he's like, yeah, I'm going to stab you all in the back in about like 2 days. So all of your attempts to make me feel like I'm a better person is just not going to work out because I know something you don't.
The discovery that Alzor could possess Javik. Interesting conversations and questions about that. And then the discovery that Eleanor had been here, and that hairpin was very important for her. It meant a way to hide who she was from the royal wild hunt. And interesting family history that was shared with Cadeyrn. But we're going to take us back for the moment right now, until the other two get here in a little bit. You assume that they are following you, and anything you wish, you know, I'm not going to have them do anything. They're follow NPCs that cannot be targeted by the targeting system at the moment. So, you're still in the hallway. The Wild Hunt, or at least Cadeyrn has told you that the Wild Hunt has left. And that they left because they're following Eleanor somewhere.
Yeah, and Brenna's like, we don't know where she is. And I think she just to make sure that he's not wrong, because, you know, it happens sometimes to people. She's gonna just go take a peek in the room that Eleanor was in last she saw. The family infirmary.
With the broken lock.
Yes, because you can't lock the door now for a while.
I think this is the second time you've broken this door in 2 weeks.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it is. They're gonna get really good at fixing it. That's all I'm gonna say. It's a lot of really good practice for fixing this specific door.
Yep.
At least this time there's no fire.
At least this time there's no... Well... There might be some scorch marks on the floor.
On the rug, yeah, that I used to put out Javik. But there's no fire on the door.
There's no fire on the door, but also maybe just because remember when Cadeyrn fired Alzor's lightning at Javik being possessed by Alzor, it's a straight line spell, so it continues for a distance, so you might have some electrical burn running across the floor of your room.
It's the family infirmary. It can be a little messed up. It's fine.
Yeah, it's... I'm sure we can polish it out, right? It's just a little burn.
Yeah, it's fine. It doesn't bother Brenna. It might bother Gavril, so...
Yeah, but, you know. Go ahead and, will you open the door?
Down the hall, open the door, swing open the door.
The first thing you'll notice is that Eleanor is not anywhere visible in the room. Javik is still bundled up and unconscious on the bed. Go ahead and roll awareness if there's anything else you would like to know or see.
Yeah, sure. Why not? Whoop, 16.
There are two, like, folded pieces of parchment on the bedside table.
Look at those.
One has your name on it.
Uh-huh.
And it's just Brenna. Not
Yeah,
Countess,
just Brenna.
It's just Brenna. And the other has Cadeyrn's name on it.
Love reading other people's mail in games. Are they sealed or just folded?
Cadeyrn's is sealed, yours is not.
She doesn't know how to get around seals. She's not that crafty. She'll do the thing where you like hold it up to the light, but it's like basically nighttime now, and so it's not gonna work. She's gonna go, fine, she'll read hers. If I were any other class other than Witcher, if I was basically anyone other than Brenna, that letter would be read. I love reading other people's mail in games.
Then you would really love a good society because there's a whole lot
about reading other people's mail.
I love reading other people's mail in games. I live for it.
Interception of letters. Ianto's going to just poke his
Not
head
real life.
just to
in
make sure that
games.
there's no danger in there, right?
Mhm.
But once he sees that she has got it, he's
The
going to
danger here is literacy.
poke his head back, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that he is not visible by anyone inside that room. But he just wanted to give a check to make sure that she was not going to need to stab somebody.
Yeah.
But since that doesn't seem to be happening, he pops back.
Yeah, I'm gonna read my letter.
It's relatively short.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she didn't have a lot of time.
No, she didn't have a lot of time. It's my dearest friend. Don't worry. I'm sure everything will be fine.
Pauses, just makes a face, and then goes back to it.
I thought I'd pay a little visit to someone who was looking for you. 50,000 is excessive, really.
I'm worth it.
You are. And don't get too bogged down by other people at the moment. I'm sure you can make the right choices.
She just folds it back up. It just goes in the hallway, sees that Ardzo, Cadeyrn, and Ianto are still there, just walks to her room. Oh, hands Cadeyrn his letter and walks to the room, so he can just be standing there holding it.
Mm-hmm.
And then she's gonna put it in her, because in her room she has a little keepsake box, which is where she puts all of her things that, because she doesn't want to travel with all her, important things, because that could be really bad as a Witcher.
Ianto follows her when she just walks by.
Can you roll Witcher training?
Oh no! Yes,
he's not hiding himself. He just follows her.
Okay.
Like, because she seems upset, so he's gonna follow.
23.
There's something sketched at the bottom of the letter that Alienor. It's not assigned with anything, but there's just a little sketch, and it's three alchemical symbols that you recognize.
Okay.
It's the formula. Well, they're the symbols for half of a formula. Hold please while I make sure I pull up the right one. I had this already.
Oops.
Here we go. It's it's half of the alchemical formula for the golden Oriole.
Okay. And what is the golden Oriole again?
That's the neutralizing potion for Witcher potions.
Okay,
Grants
that's
immunities to poisons and neutralizes any poisons in your system. So basically, you know how all Witcher potions are basically poison?
Mm-hmm.
To neutralize them, it reduces toxicity and brings things down.
Okay.
So
Okay, cool. That's interesting. And it's the first 3 out of 6?
I believe, yeah. Hold on.
Okay. Figure you haven't. Don't eat my bread.
No, it's the full 3. Sorry.
Oh, it's the full 3? It's the full fortune. Oh, okay, it's the full formula.
Yeah, it's the full formula.
Okay.
It is 3. It is 3, and it is the full formula.
Full alchemical formula for the golden Oriole. Okay, interesting. Interesting that she knows that. Also just interesting in general. She takes this as a sign that maybe she should do some alchemy very soon and make some of these potions. But she will note that and then just put it in her keepsake box.
Mm-hmm.
Next to like her little her little baby blanket and a couple of other important things to her.
Ianto's just standing there watching you.
That's fine. She's not bothered.
She's not bothered though, because he's just watching, just seeing what you're doing because you're busy, and he's just watching you, leaning up against a wall probably, as is his wont to do.
She just very carefully, gently places it in the box. maybe even under, like the blanket or something.
He looks around your room.
Mm-hmm. It's a nice room. There's not a lot of decor in here, but
I
there's
don't think he's been in this room before, so he's just
I
kinda
don't think he
checking it out.
has. Yeah, it's her room. There's a wardrobe and a bed and like the trunk at the foot of the bed.
It's very obvious the bed hasn't been slept in.
In a while, yeah.
What's on the desk?
On the desk. Ooh, probably just blank paper and quill. Maybe like a paperweight that's like a claw of something.
He picks it
So
up
the
and looks
papers
at it.
don't mess around. Yeah. Maybe like a kikimora claw or something.
Has it been preserved?
Probably. I mean, it's a claw. You don't have to do a lot with that.
So it's not the full hand.
No, just like the nail, like a big nail claw or something.
The
Like a
talon itself, not the claw.
Yeah.
Because I was just wondering if it was a habit of you cutting off people's hands or creatures' hands and keeping them with you.
No,
It's
it's
just
just
a
like a
question.
talon. Just like a talon.
Because it could be. I don't know. Like, I'm not judging you.
No, not a whole hand. Just like a talon. Just as like a paperweight. Just to keep papers down.
And he pulls out one of these pieces of paper. He takes the quill and he dips it in the ink and he scritches a little bit while you're.
Oh, and you know what?
you're doing.
Also, probably in like the desk or like above the desk, like on the walls, like you can put up little papers. There's probably some kids' drawings
Of what?
of like little, like very small.
I think Lorian was into landscapes, and Florence had this period where he was trying to be like a naturalist, so he was drawing all the little animals and things around that he interacted with around the castle.
So there's just some pictures of like some, like the castle cat, like the probably one of like a horse in a field, not confidant, just like a horse, and then there's probably like a couple of very small, like someone took a quill or some charcoal and they weren't supposed to, like stick figures, like holding swords, done by probably Lauren's. Seems like a Lauren's thing to do. And it said like me, Brenna, but like with a backwards E, and like it's an M instead of two N's.
He finishes scritching because this is a quill. So he finishes scritching and then he looks around for a blotter. Presumably you have one. He sort of blots it.
All that stuff you need to write letters will be on the desk.
And he just like picks up the sheet of paper that he has and he sort of holds it as he watches you to see what else you're doing.
She put a letter in there. And you know, when she's going through it, it's a small box. It's not very big. It's one of like the chest at the foot of the bed. It's probably in the chest at the foot of the bed. She probably pulls it out of there. She just kind of look over the few things that are in there. It's not many things. And then we just close it back up, put it in. He just looks at Ianto, who looks like he's writing something.
No, he's finished. He's finished. He hands you this piece of parchment. And it says, you should probably get guards to watch over Javik in case he wakes up and is violent.
Not Javik.
And then it
says, with as much pain as he's going to be in when he wakes up, I doubt he'll be that violent.
And then there's a little second line. It's a little question. It just says, "Are you okay?"
I'm fine. Eleanor did leave. I believe she is gone to Salt to speak with the what's the name?
Deschalon.
Deschalon, thank you. I wanted to say name, but that was from Ever After. The Deschalons. And that is what drew the Wild Hunt away. Teleporting.
Takes the paper back. scritches a little bit, blots it. And it's a little bit slower because you can't write as fast with a quill as you can with like a charcoal. And he hands it back to you. And it says, huh, so she is a mage.
Apparently, or a witch. Perhaps no formal training, but she's still Eleanor.
He takes it back. Scritches.
I never saw her use magic, so I think she was trying not to use any.
And he hands you back. And it says, I bet she can mind read. That would make sense.
I have no idea.
And he just kind of points that sentence again that he wrote. Are you okay?
I'm fine. I am just concerned about her safety with the wild hunt being involved.
Takes it back, scritches. Hands it back to you. Says, if she's a mage, she'll be fine.
Sure. Wild hunt or anything. Yeah, not good news.
Says, I don't know anything about the wild hunt, but if she's a super old mage, she'll be fine, and you're a witcher. You've got this place.
I have a feeling I will be having to travel again quite soon.
Gives
Either
you a
to
questioning look.
give Eleanor back up at the Deschalons or see what's going on with Mahakam, because apparently, I mean, why would the people who interrogated Eleanor, this mage and this dwarven compatriot, why would they steal the letters that the Emperor was going to send to Mahakam?
Cadeyrn hasn't told you who interrogated her.
But she figured it's a dwarf's footprint from the
You know about the
thing.
dwarf, but you don't know that anyone else was involved.
Okay. So, but he did say it was Alzor that was in Javik, and she did ask where Javik was when she woke up. So Brenna's assuming, that's an assumption she's making. She could be wrong, based on names that people have been throwing around in relation at certain times. Or perhaps it's just the dwarf. I don't know, but why would they steal the letters to Mahakam? That means it's important.
Takes the paper back, scritches. Hands it over. Says, if Alzor was in Javik's body for who knows how long, I imagine he must have teleported the dwarf in. Elsewise, how'd they get here?
But the window was missing. You can't open it. You can't just pull out a window with
Just magic.
Then why did he need the window open if magic?
Open the window with magic.
Yes, but why? It's very strange. That window, at least the window's not broken. They should be able to set it back in.
I don't understand mages.
I don't either. I'm not fun. I just know a little bit from experience. But this is my room. He's like, it's awkward. Small talk.
There's a brief knock, like, on the door, because you'd left the door open, but it's that,
Yeah.
like,
Cracked, yeah.
yeah.
Who is
soft
it?
knock.
I mean, yes.
Muriel will, like, slowly open the door and, like, poke her head around, but not come in, and just say, Madam, his lordship has returned.
Oh, good. And is he's not stabbed or maimed or?
Just
oh,
wet.
good. That's fine.
And
Finally, some good news.
And he just sort of takes the paper, makes a little scritch, hands it to her, and deeply bows as is befit of a noble, and sort of steps out so as not to seem inappropriate with a maid here, and heads down the hallway.
Look at the paper.
And it just says, it was, he says, I shall leave you so as not to be inappropriate. I will be in my quarters or with my fiancé. By Tonus.
Yeah. Just fold it up. Stick it in there. Stick it on the desk or something. Just like half fold, stick on desk.
Muriel didn't even question it, like...
Yeah, it's fine. These four have been on together an awful lot. Weird, whatever.
Kind of. But Muriel is Muriel, and she's not going to ask any questions. It's not long after, Muriel just merely made this comment, and then she came in. About 5 minutes, after Bytonus leaves, you can hear this tread of...
I think in that 5 minutes, she gets in the mirror, because I imagine there's like a stand-up mirror in that room. And she's like, tired, like, breathe, take some nice deep breaths, just calm down. And then just waits, because he'll be up soon.
Yeah, you can hear the tread of his boots, the clicks of his heels, as he crosses the stone floor, and then you can hear him walk into the room, and just walk up behind you, and do that, not touching, but he's like a half a centimeter away from you. You can just feel the heat from him, or you usually would, but right now it feels a little cold and possibly a little bit drippy.
Yeah, well, it's been raining out a lot.
It's been storming a lot.
And cats and dogs out there. Yeah. And she'll just lean back then, so that like a hey. How was the perimeter patrol?
We has not found any of the any possibilities of threat. I think we are secure for the moment, and Constantine is apparently doing better, so...
Oh, yeah. That is good. And she's like, yeah, no threats. That just goes through her brain, but she doesn't say anything.
And how are you, Kitty? You look...
I'm...
And he kind of does that, like, from the back, full body evaluation. You just feel his hand drifting along the side of your arm. Like you had to go to work.
She's in full Witcher gear. Yeah. Well, I have been doing a bit of work, you could say. Everything is fine. Everything is under control. We need to have a discussion about some things.
Of course. Are you sure everything is fine? And he's just brushing the back of his fingers along the side of your arm.
Aside from me being irritated, yeah, everything will be fine.
Then what would it take you to make you not irritated?
Oh, I could think of a few things, but after we have a discussion, I feel better getting it off my mind.
Well, I will get cleaned up then, and I will
Yes.
join you for a discussion soon.
In your office?
Formal. All right.
He's not going to be happy about that window. She doesn't say anything. She just says,
And you'll
"I'll
notice
see you
that
then."
nobody's told him about the window yet.
Yeah. No, she's like, yeah, I'll break that to him. It'll be fine. Window's not broken, but it's not right.
Mhm.
Yeah, she'll wait in the office for him.
It's a few minutes. He
Yeah.
doesn't like take the time, he changes. Like his hair's still wet though, like,
Mm-hmm.
but
Like, I imagine he comes with like the towel, maybe.
yeah.
Yeah.
The beard is still a little, it's damp, but not like dripping anymore. He's changed his boots because leather boots in full rain suck.
Yeah, they do. They really do. Any footwear that's not galoshes, and even then, sucks. Sincerely, someone who had to deliver pizza in Florida, just, it sucks. There's no reprieve. It's just the worst. Wet socks for hours. Just
Squelching.
awful.
Squelching.
Oh, yes.
But it's 5-7 minutes, and then he comes in to his study. Have you done anything to put the room back together?
Yes, remember she had Lauren straighten all the books? She cleaned up the mess of the table and the spilt brandy. And she had Lawrence get someone to board up the window so that the rain wouldn't be coming in. Because she's like, we can't set this window in place this quick. It's gonna need like a professional. Let's just
you need a craftsman
get a
of some
piece of
sort.
wood. Yeah, but a piece of wood. That'll do for now. And I imagine Lawrence tidied up the desk a bit as well when he went through it. So the room's been put back together, but you could definitely tell the window's boarded up. Half that brandy's missing because it spilled on the floor.
And it smells like brandy.
And it smells like brandy in here. Yeah. The rug's probably been taken out to be cleaned.
So as he walks in, you hear him, like, that confident stride he has, and then there's this half beat where he is there. It is like this half beat of pause.
Yeah.
And then keeps walking. Where are you in this room? Out of curiosity.
I think normally she waits like sitting sideways in his chair.
Yeah.
I think she's just standing next to his chair. Like a little bashful. Like a little like, oh yes, stuff happened and I gotta tell you about it. Like, that kind of mood. Like, you might want to sit down, so I've saved your chair for you.
Well, wait. Apparently we had some problems. Let me... 2 seconds.
1,000.
Metaphorical seconds?
No,
No,
literal
2
seconds.
actual seconds. Yeah, I'm impressed.
I can judge time.
So many people can't,
No.
including me.
So there's this... He will walk slowly towards his chair and like drift his arm across the back of your neck as he... Like his left hand as he sits down. And then as he brings his hand across the back of your shoulders, he'll kind of like grab onto your wrist and like pull you so you're seated in his lap.
Yeah, she's fine with that. She's totally fine with that.
It's like, so I take it that's a lot happened.
Just a few things that and I imagine the window's propped up very nicely below the boarded up window. So I don't know anything about the window. I'm honestly flabbergasted on that one, but it needs to be put back.
I would say that, yes.
Mm-hmm. And it brought it up because of the rain.
But that implies you know a lot of other things, my little cat.
I do know some other things. Just figured I should start with the ones that I didn't know, which is it's very confusing. So we want to start with this room and then work into other rooms.
Why don't we start with this, yes?
All right. Well, Eleanor may have been with some light torture and interrogation in this room.
So I'm assuming
herself.
Not our friend's the doctor, then.
No. It was a dwarf, I believe, based on a footprint. He spilled half of your brandy. I'm terribly sorry.
Your dwarf?
No, he does not wear boots like that. I don't even know if he has a second pair of shoes. Like, they'll look like, wait a minute, does Ardzo even have more than one set of shoes?
He does now because we got him a new outfit so that he...
Oh, that's right. But it doesn't match
that would
either
just give
footprint.
him two pairs of shoes, probably
Two
total.
pairs of shoes, yeah. Actually. No, and he was with me at the time. And I had Lawrence come in here to see if he noticed anything amiss, and he took a cursory glance. He straightened some books that had been bumped into the shelf. There are some letters to Mahakam that you apparently had written but not sent out yet that are missing. I would love it if you could go through your desk and see if anything else is missing.
So, and he drifts his hand from where it was like still holding your wrist up the back of your arm along to like cradling the back of your neck just under your base, at the base of your skull. So we're missing some letters to Mahakam. A guest under our protection is harmed again.
Yeah, so there's apparently something going on with all of that. You want to hear about the things outside of this room now? It's really only narrowed down to 2 rooms. This and the infirmary.
I
Family
would love
infirmary.
to hear more.
She's like, how do I phrase this? Because she's not the best with words. She's not Eleanor or Ianto or... Well, she's not going to say Cadeyrn because she's heard Cadeyrn spill some beans on some things, but she's not Javik either. Or even Ardzo. Ardzo has an interesting way with words. She just goes, Javik got possessed by a wizard that's supposed to be dead, but apparently isn't and is into necromancy and stuff.
So does that mean that your Javik is practicing necromancy? Because then we'll have to kill him to understand
No,
this,
because
right?
he was under the curse. And the curse is from someone who was under that wizard. So it is probably he is able to possess due to that recent cursing in his weakened state, I would assume.
Have we confirmed that he is no longer possessed?
Well, after we discovered he was possessed, Cadeyrn may have shot him with lightning.
An appropriate
out of
response.
Surprise? Just, you're not expecting to hear from a dead evil mage.
I
startling.
do not see as a problem. It's a very effective response. Did he leave your, Javik alive?
Javik is alive. Yeah, he was on fire, but I was able to put it out and then stabilize, and then Ardzo came in, and he's been tended to. He is not looking great. He's a little crispy. But we brought him up again in the rug, because I had to use the rug to put him out on fire. I know it's the second rug in less than a month. I'm sorry. But...
the rugs
that was
are
the bed
not
linens.
as important as you are, my dear.
He's alive, and he's wrapped up very snugly, so if it is not him when he wakes up, then he won't be able to really do much due to his condition and being cocooned. Swaddled, that is the right word.
Indeed, indeed. So,
And when we saved Eleanor, she was in and out of consciousness. She asked where Javik was. So there could be a connection between the person who interrogated Eleanor and the person who possessed Javik, but I'm uncertain of that. It's just a hunch. I will ask Cadeyrn later. He might have more information. But that is what happened while you were... And she's like, oh wait, there was one more thing. Just a small incident. Eleanor is no longer in the castle.
It's a bit wet out. I'm surprised she would choose to leave in this weather.
Left for Toussaint to investigate the echelons.
She was concerned.
She's like,
about
maybe
you.
I won't mention the wild hunt and her teleporting. She's like, we'll just say she left for Toussaint. that's her and that's just what happened while you were gone.
Anything else I should know about?
I think that is it for now. You should definitely look through your desk to make sure nothing else is missing. We could investigate further.
Well then, I think you should help me investigate my desk.
I will help you investigate your desk. And I have a few other questions while we do so. And she's like, I know that's not what you were implying, but I have more questions.
And he'll kind of lean back and, like, brush the back of your neck with the back of his hand and is like, what other questions can I answer?
You may not know the answers to these questions. It's more of a curiosity. You said that this brooch and this ring used to be your mother's. Do you know the jeweler who made this?
An elf, I believe.
Sorry, I shouldn't read chat. Makes me laugh. Yeah, I believe that it's only the jewelry that he made. Here.
She made the ring and the brooch as a set. He made my father's torque.
I assume you have that now?
I believe it's in the treasury. I have no... You know me, darling. I'm not one for such ornamentation.
Yeah. Do you know if they were enchanted after the creation? Or during?
I could not recall. My mother wore them her entire life, and my father wore the torque for special occasions.
I see. Last question about this. Do you know when they were made?
I believe, these were for my parents' wedding. The talk was later. I believe No, the talk was first, and these were for the parents' wedding. So, talk was 65 years, maybe? And these were perhaps 60 years ago?
Okay. Thank you. I'm just one who's very curious about the location of this jeweler.
Is there something I should know about
She's
this jeweler?
She's thinking to herself, I don't think Ianto would like me to tell him. Nothing that concerns you or myself. I'm just asking out of curiosity more than anything.
is it still... Ooh. I guess there's still whispering rolls automatically. That's so weird. Interesting.
I see it's 25. which it doesn't concern her much. She honestly doesn't care very much, but she's like, Ianto cares, so I'll ask for his sake.
He continues brushing his hand across the back of your neck and then brings his thumb just at like the base of your skull along the hairline, just a touch. He goes, very interesting. Do let me know if you have any other questions for me, my darling.
I will. I think that is all for now. I'm all questioned out.
Good. Why don't you get the door, and then you can help me look.
And she'll get the door.
Meanwhile,
This door's locks aren't broken.
This door's locks
But
are
she goes
not
to lock
broken.
it. She goes, oh, and I broke the door again on the infirmary. I think it's actually because the door reminds her, and then ka-dunk, and just and we fade.
And we fade. But meanwhile, across the hall and 10 minutes earlier, Cadeyrn, you, Eleanor and Ianto, when you said, my perfectly normal human cousin, they're off to find and kill my perfectly normal human cousin, and there's nothing we can do about it. Brenna resides in the trust but verify realm. So she went back into the room and found 2 letters, one addressed to her and one sealed and addressed to you, that when she walked out of the room, she handed to you. You're muted, so we can't hear you. Is your mic muted?
How about that?
There we go.
How about me not being on a mic at all?
That takes talent, sir.
Is there a seal?
Yes.
I flip the letter and look at the seal.
Oh, this is easy. This is the seal that you recognize Eleanor signing all of her letters to you with.
Okay.
It's her personal seal.
Then I'll break the seal and open the letter.
Have fun, and perhaps enjoy Mahakam. I'm sure to be very entertaining. You might want to avoid all your brothers for the next couple days. And, stay safe, Cadeyrn. You're about one of the few family members left that I actually like. She doesn't sign it. There is, however, a notation at the very bottom.
What does it say?
It's a formula. I need you to roll magical training. Or, wait, alchemy. Either one.
Yeah, it's gonna be magical training because it's higher. 25.
Mm-hmm. Where is it? It is 3 symbols that you recognize as a formula for a potion. And you vaguely recall Alzor ranting about it. That it wouldn't necessarily be the best thing for normal people to ingest, but it could be helpful for, well, his new witchers or mages. Maybe. It's the formula for Tawny Owl. which mechanically, each time you use a recovery action, gives you back 2 stamina, and you add an extra 2 points to your recovery stamina.
Cool.
Yes.
Because I forgot to send you before the game.
Thank you.
All right, and I'll
Go
copy
ahead.
the.
Well,
Tawny.
with that magical training, you'll notice that there's something hidden under the comment about your brothers.
Like a code?
Perhaps if you might have to do something to the letter to get it to be seen.
I'm going to. The letter, does it? Do I get the feeling that there's magic involved, or it's an actual, mundane, like invisible ink type of thing?
You, with a 25, I would say that you're pretty sure that it's mundane covered with magic. Does that make sense?
Okay. So I could realistically, like, dispel it without breaking anything, because the writing is mundane. It's just the hiding that's magical.
Yes, it's the writing is everything is mundane, but it's almost like for out of game purposes, you're very aware that she wouldn't have had time between when you left the room and when you felt her teleport away to do more than write quickly. So the hiding was magical.
Okay, so I'm going to try to dispel it. Remind me again. You said, oh yeah, I will roll and then you'll tell me the stamina cost for.
Yes, because I don't want you to have to try and spend stamina if you're not going to succeed the roll. That just seems mean.
Then 32.
Yeah, it's going to be only 2 stamina. She wasn't doing more than just effectively glamoring the piece of paper.
Well, I could have done anything with that.
You could have, but there are other things that you might find. I need to check one thing, sorry. Wait. Did you? Oh, you didn't put that there. Damn it. Now I don't remember which one it is because my notes are in the wrong order. Shit.
What do you need? I've added the names to my sheet, by the way.
Yeah, I saw that, but you didn't tell me which one did what.
Oh.
That.
Yeah, no, they were in order. So on my sheet, the one that there are 2 of them.
Yeah, that's what I need. In what
I'll
order?
post.
Oh no, here we go. No, okay, there we go. So, yeah. Under the where it says your brothers, it says, okay, is it venison?
Yeah, I pronounce it venison.
Okay, thank you.
It's like Vanessa, but venison.
Venison. All right, like venison, like you having deer for dinner? Cool. Venison has been talking and learning. mages can't keep secrets, can they? And that's kind of like tacked on to like on the side. And even with it being hidden, it's like she didn't want to say or draw attention to anything further.
Okay. I will, put this letter back in my pouch.
And at that point, after you finished reading the letter, you will hear down the hall the maid coming in.
Hello.
Hello. You'll hear the maid knock on Eleanor's, or not Eleanor, on Brenna's door, say that Gavril is coming. He's fine, he's just wet. You'll see Lord Bitonus Pard leave. Ardzo is standing nearby you, Cadeyrn, and I don't think Ardzo actually knows anything of what is currently happening at all. But Ardzo, you have something in your hand that you took from Eleanor.
Yes, I do. I thought you were going to say like my other hand.
No.
Okay. I do have something in my hand. It is a leaden ring.
Yep.
I feel it in my hand, and it has a lot of value, and I wish to keep it secret. Keep it safe.
I respect that. So you and Cadeyrn are in the hallway. Ianto has left the floor, and you'll see a couple minutes later Brenna go into the study, and momentarily after that Gavril enter the study, and then the door close and lock. So right now, the only people who are in this hall area are Cadeyrn and Ardzo, and the door to the family infirmary is still cracked open, and that's about it.
Because it's broken.
Because it's broken.
The door's broken?
I may have broken it.
Brenna
again.
had to break the lock to get in and find Javik, and that's the point at which, well, Cadeyrn and Brenna and additionally Ianto discovered that Javik, when they discovered Eleanor had been tortured, aggressively interrogated, and unconscious, that's when they found that Javik wasn't answering the door, and that perhaps one might say that Javik was possessed by a archmage by the name of Alzor. And Cadeyrn's immediate response was to fire lightning at the possessed individual and basically mess him up, and then they called you in to deal with the very messed up Javik, who is still currently unconscious. Eleanor has left.
Yeah.
So Eleanor is conscious and left.
Eleanor is conscious, left, and the last thing Cadeyrn said about what Eleanor was doing was that his perfectly normal cousin, his perfectly normal human cousin, the Wild Hunt is after his perfectly normal human cousin, and there's nothing you can do about it, because you don't know where she is.
It looked like she teleported out because she was in the room.
Mm-hmm.
He walked out. He had a weird, she was in the room. He walks out. We're all in the hallway, and he's like, the Wild Hunt's here. They're going to go and kill us. And we're like, okay, we should go.
I don't know.
Like, maybe you want to tell people about it. And then Cadeyrn was like, wait, no, it's fine. By perfectly, no, it's gone. It's fine. And we're like, what? And so we check the room, and of course, she's gone. So it looks like she teleported away, which
Well, then I feel bad. We didn't even get a chance to talk about. Hopefully, she won't need it for anything.
It might not be hers.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is Javik still in the rug? Wrapped up?
Yes,
Javik is
on the
still in the
bed.
rug. And the only
Snug as a mage in a rug.
unconscious.
Cool. Well, let's. He's in the rug. I feel like the most logical thing to do here, out of character, is to wake him up. So
Ardzo's going back into the infirmary to deal with Javik. Cadeyrn, what are you doing? Just so I know where all of the players are at the moment.
I'm with Gavril, because Brenna thinks she can leave Cadeyrn unsupervised for an hour or two, since Alienor teleported all the way to Toussaint. But, we'll see.
Wow, I mean, way to go. I mean, you were given instructions by your very best friend. One of the last things she told you before she teleported away into danger was to make sure that he was never left alone. And you're just ignoring that. Wow.
He wasn't alone when she saw him. He was with a bunch of people, so...
Yeah,
and she assumes it's to keep him safe from the Wild Hunt, who's not here right now. So she's like, well...
Well, we felt them come and go.
Yeah, which is what she's like, they're probably gonna be gone for at least a couple hours, right?
I think I'm going to be in my room, packing up my shit.
So Cadeyrn will leave, but Ardzo, you walk into the room, the family infirmary where Javik is located at the moment. What would you like to do?
wipe the ice cream off my face.
Why rush these things?
And then scoot my chair over. I'm gonna bust out some smelling salts. Oh, I scooted the wrong direction. I'm gonna scoot this way. There we go, much better. I'm gonna bust out the smelling salts and give them a waft in the direction of Javik's face.
Could you roll me a d10, please?
Can you roll me a d10, please? Because I forgot to open up the Roll20.
I can. Are you sure you want me to?
No, hold on. I'm almost in.
That's the right answer.
9.
Either really good or really bad.
Oh shit! Yeah, that's right.
You'll find out. Javik starts opening his eyes. I mean, he's still a little burnt, a little crispy.
Mhm.
On the crispy
He's
side.
really crispy. Still.
I mean, he's not as
He
bad
got
as he
almost
was,
dead.
but he a little crispy. 'Cause he wasn't wearing any armor anyways. And he kind of cracks an eyebrow. Does that slow one
Does he
eye.
have eyebrows?
No, he doesn't have an eyebrow. I meant eyelid, not eyebrow, because his eyebrow be gone. It's like he took a lightning bolt to the face, y'all. His hair gonna have some issues. Thank God there's glamour for that.
Maybe it's Maybelline.
Maybe
It's glamour.
maybe it's glamour. Hashtag there's glamour for that. He slowly opens one eye and then opens the other, and you can tell that he's awake, aware, and slowly assembling things, and he will start, to reach his hand out towards you.
In the rug?
Yeah, but it's that level of, he's not fully aware of, he starts to move his arm before he realizes
okay.
that he's bundled up, and then it's like,
Hello. I would not move too much. The severity of your burns could cause your skin to crack within the carpet, and Lord knows what is in there. I would hate to have it infected. That is not a threat, but a genuine statement. I care about you, and I do not want you to get infected.
Thank you. Cadeyrn, where's Cadeyrn?
I do not know at the moment. What do you need from me?
He needs to know about what's the problems. Ianto, where's Ianto? Is he okay?
In the matter of speaking, yes. I'm a little concerned for him. But Ianto will get by. Ianto is Ianto. He is tough.
So he's not dead yet then. That's good.
Was there a chance that he would be dead?
There's always a chance when he comes.
I mean, how often does he come? Like, what are the odds here?
More often when I almost get dead,
Okay.
and perhaps more often when I'm somewhere interesting.
Okay, that was very cryptic, and I can't really make out a lot of that. But if my friend is in any imminent danger, I would like to be aware of it so I can help protect him.
And go ahead and roll human perception.
Okie dokie. Human perception. Human perception. 19.
He looks concerned and sad. When you mention that you would like to protect Ianto if he's in danger. And he also looks tired, right? Like that level of just not physically tired, but he's done. He can't. It's like he can't handle anymore. And he just turns slightly to look at you and goes, Ianto should be fine, I guess. Just don't leave him alone.
Wasn't intending to. I was actually intending to find out where he's going and maybe keep him company. Have a little adventure.
I'm glad he has you as a friend.
The reason why I ask, what I do, my profession is taking care of things that already happened, but in the event that I can prevent things from happening, I suppose that is the best healing one can do.
He just pauses and waits for you, like, obviously this is leading somewhere.
I just want to know what it is that is your concern. A person of your stature and power could have access to a great many things, and in this it seems as though you feel defeated.
Ianto's going to leave. He's never coming back. I understand
That is his choice, correct? Do you know
Yes.
why?
Because I let him put me on the pedestal and then I broke it. I understand.
You don't think that there could be a misunderstanding or a miscommunication that can be rectified?
I want to believe that. But I'm not wholly self-centered. I mean,
No,
I'm a little. I'm an arrogant ass. It's been said to my face on numerous occasions. But I'm not entirely a misanthropic jackass.
Oh,
So,
but you know a great many syllables for the same thing. Sorry, that was my attempt at the joke.
it was mostly good. I'm just like feeling shooting pain in my arms right now, so laughing would probably not. I respect it though. I'll probably think about it later and laugh.
I'll take that. Sometimes some painkillers take a good long while to settle in, so it is kind of karma.
I'd rather have the massive amounts of pain instead of the floating, foggy feeling of most painkillers. I don't like that. Usually means that someone else has been here and talking to people in my place.
Ah, is that what you think happened?
Not with Ianto. Pretty sure that's why Cadeyrn shot a lightning bolt at me, though.
So you could see that. You saw him shoot the lightning bolt at you.
Like a dream. Same thing as I saw, like a dream, apparently me breaking Eleanor's hands. I'd rather the not foggy feeling at the moment, you understand.
I do. Why? It was interesting that you would break her hands. It's very specific, targeted thing, unless it was a freak accident, which is not beyond the situation.
I'm pretty sure he took control again, and I have proven yet again that hubris is the greatest failing of all mages. So.
Well, I don't suppose it is too late to retire to a nice coastal town.
No, I figured I'll just go back to my small house in Kagan and ignore the world again.
Well, I would try to steer you otherwise, had I not done that with my last 4 decades. It has done me a great good.
And you just kind of like get that look using that previous 19 of he's agreeing with you. Like, life is just better when I don't have to deal with people or around people.
Mm-hmm. And it always gets tricky when the world postures to you as if it had need of you, and you try to satisfy that need, and one way or another you fail.
Ardzo, I appreciate the concern, but let me let you in on a little secret. I have known since I was 4. I have no purpose in this world beyond filling space.
And how does that come about? Could you portend?
I mean, I could, theoretically now, but at the time, no. But Ardzo, I'm the son of a king. I have no possibility of inheriting. I serve no function for the stability of the nation, and in fact, my mere existence furthers the instability of the nation. heir, a spare, maybe a third, good things. 27 is aggressive. My father's inability to keep it in his pants ensured that my mere existence proved a threat to my brother's possible reign. Any of them.
That is a troubling big picture. Have you tried doing something entirely different?
Yes, I got sent away to Banard to become a mage. That didn't
Yeah.
end up working in the long term very well. I was shown quite frankly and quite literally how I was only useful for certain people to become more powerful in what they needed.
So do you still have all of the things that you have learned and the skills and no binding necessarily to any one?
Until he comes and tries to kill Ianto, you, Brenna, Cadeyrn, anyone around. I'll go back to Kagan, Ardzo, don't worry.
Just saying that if you are not beholden to another in any way, shape, or form, that you can do a lot of good as long as you are not expecting a lot of good in return.
You just see this look across his face, like he had one point actually thought that he might get something good out of life, but not like... But that's small good, right? That's small little happiness, but that's gone. No, it's alright. We'll go back to my books and go back to my laboratory and ignore everyone. If you're looking for me, that's where you can find me.
I may stop by and pay you a visit if it is something that you can be in the mood for.
You know my door is open to you, Ardzo.
Is there a secret passcode or a knock, a particular knock that I have to execute to?
No, just make sure you announce yourself and that you are not your brother.
Definitely not my brother. Well, I suppose I can go ahead and get you out of this carpet now. It will be a little uncomfortable. I hope no flesh has stuck to either side. So, but just in case, be prepared and grit your teeth for me as I try to remove you from this thick floor cloth.
I appreciate your concern.
Okay, here we go.
Out of curiosity, can you just roll, either first aid or healing hands? Your choice.
I'll do healing hands. 21.
You are very good at peeling this back, so you don't, rupture
Struggle.
anything. Particularly because you've already treated him. He will, once you remove him from the carpet, he's going to stand up a little slowly, a little stiffly. And once he's standing fully, he will give you a very, very formal court bow.
I'll do my best to remember everything I just saw and try to repeat it back to him.
I think that is a etiquette roll. Social etiquette, please.
Is that physique?
No. But, I mean...
Okay. Oh, wow. Intelligence. Where was I looking? 16.
You don't do too badly. It looks pretty good. I mean, it's that level of you do everything right, but you haven't done it for years and years and years and years and years, so it doesn't look 100% natural. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
But there's nothing you don't make any mistakes. It doesn't look wrong. And as he, like, smiles and walks out the door, he goes, go ahead and let Brenna know I'll be gone in the morning.
I will tell her, but mayhaps you can tell her yourself. It would mean more coming from you.
Pretty sure she's a little busy at the moment, and kind of feel like I've overstayed my welcome, you understand. And he will turn and leave if you do not stop him.
I won't stop him.
So, Ardzo, we're going to take the camera. We're going to follow Javik for a moment as he walks down the hall towards the rooms that he's currently sharing with Cadeyrn, but we're going to take that camera around into and follow further down to the 3rd floor. Lord Bytonus Pod. You returned to your rooms.
And I went to the room of my fiancée.
Oh, the room of your fiancée. You rap upon the door.
To see if she's still there, because I gave her the note, like, a day or two ago that, like, she should leave. And I just want to see if she's... whether or not they've gone, or that they're still hanging out. Just sort of checking on them.
Well, she will open the door, and you will notice that she's begun packing, but since they've been locked down, no one's been allowed to leave yet. It's not that she didn't choose to leave. It's that, you know...
And he bows.
And she will, like, gesture you in appropriately.
Then he strides in with all good purpose. And of course waits for the door to shut.
Mm-hmm.
He looks around for their desk.
It's right to the side of the door. It's not as big as any of the others. I mean, this is guest suites, right? You know.
Yeah. And he sort of pulls out a parchment and gets whatever sort of writing utensil they have there. And he makes a note. And he sort of checks, like, and he first, before he writes anything down, he sort of checks the sort of space to see, like, you know, candles, that sort of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And he sort of makes a quick note and he says, I'm back, my love, but am probably leaving soon. I hope all is well with you. Period. Sorry, I've had an injury to my tongue and cannot speak. Period. And he hands it over to her.
Oh, my darling, I'm so sorry that you're injured. I'm sure that... Well, I hope that you are feeling better soon. We are preparing to leave ourselves, and Lord Gavril just let us all know that in the morning it would be safe. He is wanted to ride the perimeter to ensure the safety of the guests, you understand.
Sort of scritches a bit on the paper, on the parchment, and he says, I do hope you'll reconsider the business investments that your barony is planning, but I hope you are well.
We are well, and we are going to keep those particular business investments for at least a little while. They serve an important purpose for the next couple of weeks. We wouldn't want to, perhaps signal to others our true aims and goals too early. You understand, of course.
I'm worried because that farmland is soiled and wrecked. I worry about infestations, but, well, we've had this conversation before, my love.
Yes, and while it is soiled and wrecked, it does provide a strong negotiating position with certain others who desire it, as long...
And he just sort of looks sad because he's told her that powerful mages know where they live and want to kill them, also werewolves, and he can't,
And she'll like take the little piece of take the quill from you, and just sketch out quickly. We're leaving in a month and a half. Don't worry about it so much, Ianto. Calm the fuck down.
And he goes, a lot of people can be killed in a month and a half.
Yes. But if you rush the leaving, more can die in the leaving.
He just sort of shakes his head, knowing that this is like, that probably she's going to be murdered by werewolves, and there's nothing he can do about it, right? Like,
I mean, this is also like a professional debate, right? If you know, it's like she knows that you're burned, but you haven't confirmed whether or not everyone else is burned.
No, he told them that the entire establishment is burned, that they know the location, they've already targeted them as a group, and that like, this is like big magic, and that they need to leave.
And she's disagreeing with you about that, basically, about whether or not they all are burned. And so she is planning, just for your information, she is planning to leave. She has a date when she's planning to leave. It's just she needs to hold on to it for a little longer.
Which he figures is going to get her killed, and actually everyone who stays, but like he can only do his best. And like they've had that conversation, right? So he's like, well, and he's like, that's just, and he was sort of right. So I don't know when I'm leaving. That will depend on my compatriots.
Safe travels, my love. I look forward to seeing you back in Lyria soon. Or Rivia. Lyria. Which
Rivia.
Whichever one. That was a GM mess up. Whichever one you agreed with.
Yeah. And he smiles and goes, I do hope. I trust you have what you need.
The majority of it, yes. The last couple pieces will be acquired soon.
And he sort of smiles and goes, I shall be in my quarters, my love.
Good night, my dearest.
And then he burns the parchment as he bows. And sort of nods to the rest of the, to
your
chaperone. And sort of gives them one last look. Before he leaves. It's like kind of like one last lingering look. And then he goes and he heads towards his room.
Are you doing anything else this evening, sir?
He'll probably look out one of the windows just for a bit. His room does not have a balcony, if I remember correctly, yes?
No, it does not. None of the bedrooms have balconies. None of the bedrooms have balconies. There's the internal gallery that overlooks the internal courtyard, but this is a functioning fortress, not a pretty chateau. Yeah,
so he will go and like look out a window for a little bit and just sort of like look at the grounds and until he goes back to his room and he'll retire.
You'll retire. Brenna's retired. Early for the evening. But we'll take that camera and we'll pan over to Cadeyrn as you hear a soft knock at the door.
Come in.
And Javik opens the door and closes it behind him. Thank you.
I'm on my guards. Basically almost like reaching for his staff.
It's
probably
not
like
in his
leaning
hand.
against the wall nearby.
His
No,
is
I
not
meant
in his,
my staff.
Your staff, yeah. His is not in his hand. It's actually across the room. It's still in this room. It hasn't left it.
Okay. Who do I have the honor of speaking with?
Myself at the moment. Your very fine panic response, although extremely painful, ensured that I am alone, at least for now.
So I did the good thing?
Pain is
It doesn't matter.
Cadeyrn, pain is preferable to the fog and knowing that he does things when I can't.
Speaking of, I have a few questions regarding that.
I can give you a few answers and then I'm leaving.
Oh, you as well. Where?
Well, he doesn't care when I'm in the middle of nowhere doing nothing.
Sorry about that. So you know it's happened before.
Special projects. Very tempting for someone who's, well, in no way, shape, or form special.
So, just you tried to up your grades by volunteering to become a literal puppet?
It wasn't volunteering. I was honestly thinking I was getting special projects, entertainment, and education. Hubris, right? Our grand failing, all of ours. No, the puppet portion of the evening was not on the syllabus at the time of the course offering, shall we say. And I want to apologize to Eleanor.
Yeah, she's not there anymore. She had to leave. But I will pass the message along.
I don't know what he was asking her. I just know he didn't like that he wasn't getting a response.
Do you recall anything? Like when actually, let's go back a few questions. How does it feel like?
Like a waking dream and you have no control. You can't hear anything. All you see is what's happening and you know you aren't doing it.
Okay, so you can see but you cannot hear. Can you feel?
You mean like my touch or feel physical response?
Anything?
Not really. I mean, I feel when he leaves, usually because he doesn't like pain.
But can you feel the pain?
Not until he leaves. And then the fog lifts, and I can hear and speak and touch, taste, feel.
Do you hear any of his like inner monologue?
No. I'm a chess piece he's moving on a board, and occasionally using the battery out of. He can't do anything through me that I don't have the power to do myself. That's why I, don't practice as much anymore, Cadeyrn. Alchemy's safer.
I could say, haha, you're now paying the price. But I feel like it would be in poor taste given that I almost killed you a few minutes ago. Still, haha, you get what you deserve.
Probably.
I hope we can find a solution to this. Mine involves killing him. Which, by the way, does he know anything you know?
You mean through my mind? I'm going to
Yeah.
assume no. That wasn't at least my understanding of the experiments he was conducting when we were at Banard, and there's a reason I live in Cadeyrn.
I thought you enjoyed the dwarven orgy guy.
No, I don't participate in those. I'm mildly entertained by the stories that I hear, but I don't participate. I was in a happy monogamous relationship until I fucked that, but you know, story of my life.
Actually, from my point of view, it's more like I refuse to fuck that, but yeah. Past aside, I will pass your message along to Eleanor. And we'll try to fix everything. Yeah. So you might owe me some big time.
I figure I owe you a lot, Cadeyrn. This was what you signed up for when we had this little idea.
No, originally I was supposed to just make your ex-boyfriend jealous. And then I figured you two would have like rekindled something or got together or at least had something instead of an argument which led to your ex trying to maim his person.
I'm sorry, what?
I have said too much.
Is he
And
okay?
he's like I'm grabbing my bag and my stuff as I'm talking.
Like,
He-
Javik will walk over to you and like put a hand on your arm to kind of like stop you to refocus the conversation.
He's fine.
And you can, not even having a roll, you can just see like that slight panic that he had, that concern and worry about Ianto truly being hurt, lost, drain out of him. And he reaches, with his hand still on your arm, he goes, "Thank you, Cadeyrn." And he will lean over and just like brush a kiss on the side of your cheek. And stand up. "Thank you, Cadeyrn. Come see me if you're in Kagan."
Sure.
And he will gesture his hand to have the staff appear in it, and then bring in the same gestures, almost as like one movement, bring the staff around with him and teleport away.
Hopefully he didn't teleport to Ianto. And I'm gonna keep, finish packing up, and then I'm going to head to Ianto's room.
Really? Well, as you head to Ianto's room, we're going to take the break for the evening. We'll come back in about, a couple minutes. Make sure that you refresh yourselves, get some more water, all of those good things. And we'll see you in a little bit, everybody. Oh, and a wild Mal appears. Hi. We'll be right back, everybody. Bye. hello everyone. As you can see, Billy had to bow out because, work life. Simon will be right back with us. But, we're... Oh, that's right. We need Simon. Oh, well.
But we could find out what Brenna's up to.
We know what Brenna's up to. That's why the door's closed.
They're playing chess?
The music. Not chess.
It might be a reenactment from a certain movie that's not actually a good representation, but it's better than other representations.
Doing pottery?
No, they're not reenacting
Not
Ghost.
No.
God damn.
No, let's put it this way. It's not 50 Shades of Grey. Let's put it that way. That's not what's happening in that study.
Still mad at that movie, though. Not 50 Shades, but the other one. Anyway.
But it's still better than 50 Shades.
I know.
It's not good, but it's better than 50
know.
Shades.
Yeah.
And I have no shame about that. Come at me in the comments of YouTube.
Searching the desk.
They're searching the desk, yes. Mm-hmm. So, Cadeyrn, you were going to go see Ianto.
Yes.
He's in his rooms as Lord Baitana's pod.
I suppose when you knock, there'd be like a moment he'd open the door. Actually, not even a long moment, because when Ianto's at work, he's always dressed. So when you see him, he's wearing the night clothes of a noble, but all of his makeup is still done. So he's still in Baitonus drag, because he doesn't. Yeah, he stays. He's always dressed when he's at work, because it wouldn't do if some random person came in the middle of the night and he was not dressed. So he's always ready, and he sort of says, "Oh," and he just sort of like gestures for you to come in. Shuts the door behind you.
I'm just gonna look around the room. Not here. Okay.
And he goes over to his desk and he sort of scritches out something and he goes, "My dear man, it would be inappropriate for my fiancée to be in my chambers."
Oh, I was referring to a he. Lord Javik has vacated the premises. Nothing more to add at the moment, I'm afraid. He went back to Kagan.
He hands you this piece of paper and he says, "Are you all right? I'm sure your cousin will be fine. She's a mage after all. They're very powerful."
It's true, we are powerful, but we're still talking about the Wild Hunt, and it's more than one person.
They have to catch her first.
They would. They definitely would. And there are ways for her, I suppose. I don't know exactly what she can do. But I figure if she's evaded capture up to now, she probably can still evade capture. As for us, I was coming to check in on you and, well, see when we were going to set up for Mahakam.
He says, "I thought the Wild Hunt was after you."
From what I understood, they were after her first. I'm just the second choice.
Why?
she's a full-blooded elf? I think it has to do with genetics. Not quite certain exactly what it should do, but I think her being a very special individual, maybe her, I don't know, maybe they need the blood for something. And
Says, what does being an elf, and then it's a little question mark in parentheses, have to do with anything?
Thank the gods for that parentheses, because otherwise I wouldn't know where to begin with what is being an elf. No, I think so. Eleanor is an elf, and so are you. She has certain talents. The way magic works is in the blood. It's you either have it or you don't. You can't just wake up one day and say, I'm going to be a magician. Well, you can probably be a stage magician, but not an actual magician, sorceress.
And then just says full elf, not half elf? Question mark.
Oh, no, full. She's definitely she's not from around here. She's from
She doesn't look like an elf.
Weren't you in the room?
I mean, he was, but he didn't. I didn't make any. I failed the awareness check, so I didn't see it.
In the doorway, basically.
No, the only reason Cadeyrn got the awareness check is because he was sitting next to her in the bed at the time.
And Brenna too.
Brenna noticed when she got up to move her hair, and because for mechanical purposes, the glamour was breaking slowly, and you were never around her. You didn't fail any roll. You just didn't have the opportunity to roll.
Yeah.
No, she just hides it very well. I guess it's easy to just say, "Oh yeah, I have pointy ears, but I'm human." It's just I'm, half elf, or my grandparents were elves, or what have you. I feel it was part of her deception.
Illusion magic, right? Because he knows there's illusion magic because he's seen a whole bunch of it recently. So it's like illusion magic.
Yeah, but didn't she always have pointy ears?
Nope, never.
No,
she looked like a human.
She looked human. She looked fully human, and the pointy ears was as occurred as the. Sorry, I should have been more specific. The pointy ears was never a thing that was a thing that occurred when the glamour was breaking.
My bad. Yes, probably. Mind you, it would also be possible to just do it naturally, though it would be painful. That's how she hid away from them. Almost like hiding in plain sight. So she's part of my family. They're looking for her. Probably because of whatever. Magical potential, maybe. I'm the, let's say, next in line for that magical potential. I'm farther removed, but I have the spark, I guess.
Why are the Wild Hunt hunting elven mages?
That's a good question. Okay, just to make sure before I answer out of game, because we had a long discussion with Eleanor. But I still don't know they're actually elves from another world.
Yes, she did. Well,
yeah, she told him, right, that she was where she was actually from, and
she
that she opened the gates.
She never used the term NL. She did tell you that they were a different type of elf from a different world.
and that a specific dude was looking for her, and that he is the head of the Wild Hunt. So you
Yeah.
could assume.
And,
that he is, yeah.
And she told you. She never told you specifically why he's looking for her. The two other things that you would know, the three other things that you can use to your discretion that she said were, you asked her if it was a old lover, and she goes, well, you're not inherently wrong. She said that Eridan would find her, he always promised he would, and she knew it. And that he is the leader of the Wild Hunt. And that, Alzor was looking for her because she knows how to open the door.
Yeah, okay.
But
So,
she didn't tell you specifically why the Wild Hunt would be looking for her, no.
No, but to answer part of your question, a lord, the Wild Hunt, the stories about the Wild Hunt are, and bear with me there, I learned about this a scant few hours ago. The stories are a bit blown out of proportion. They're not ghosts. They're people. Or at least their leader is. I assume the rest are, but judging by the fact that they're, almost all identical, riding horses across the sky, so if one can do it, I assume the others can as well.
So, are they all very powerful mages who hate elves?
Eleanor mentioned something about a door. And being from another world. So, my theory is that either she escaped, sort of an escaped convict, and we just have her version of events, or she's running for her life.
GM, what does your average not educated, like formally educated elf know about things like the conjunction and people coming from other worlds and all that kind of business?
You would know. Okay, well, the thing is that everybody knows the conjunction happened. Everybody knows that there were no elves, no monsters, no humans before the conjunction happened. The elves came, the monsters came. Later, there were some humans in the south, but the first Nordlings will come as a fleet from the west. But that's not part of the conjunction. That's just them sailing from the west to the continent, and becoming Nordlings. That's about 300 years before our point in time in history.
Like we know they came from out west across the ocean.
Yes.
You know, there were humans down south that came from the conjunction, probably, right?
Yeah, and the humans that came from the west also came to this world through the conjunction. It's just they settled there, and then they came to the continent later.
Yeah.
So you know about the conjunction existing.
Do we know where we came from? We elves?
I would say that you probably don't. You know that there was a place that all of the elves came from. You probably don't know the names of it, because that would probably be something that you would want to, that would be like based on education rather than,
But we know there's a home world, right?
Yeah.
How long ago was the conjunction?
From this point in history, 1,300 years ago.
Okay. So way back.
Yeah.
So we know that there's some mythical elven homeland that we all came from. Probably don't know the name. Okay.
Right? I mean, picture what would a standard uneducated individual know about the Roman Empire in France in 1100?
Yeah.
It was there. They did things. They built this road that we're currently walking on.
Yeah. You might know you probably would know like Caesar's name, right? Because
You,
if the
you
name
might know
that raised,
Caesar's name, and you might know a little bit more about the really, really bad guys, because they'd get brought up frequently by the
yeah,
church in
yeah,
comparison to don't doing this. But
right.
you weren't worrying about any of that, so
And of course like streets might be named after them. Like, oh,
yeah,
there was an Augustus.
yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Uh, so he's listening to me, he's thinking about it, right? Thinking about the and he goes, so she came from our home world more recently.
I guess. Otherwise, she's been here for a while, and they've been looking for her for all that time.
Actually, Cadeyrn, she did tell you that she went that at the conjunction that there was the home world, and then a group of elves went here, and then their group of elves went somewhere else.
Yeah, but I still don't know when she crossed over.
Okay.
Yeah. Because he was thinking about it, then he was like, no, wait, why are the Wild Hunt chasing elves? Oh, takes it back. Only elves? Everyone? Question mark.
They're chasing pretty much everyone all the time. From what Eleanor told me, they're basically hunting people down to bring them back as slaves into their world. Yeah. As far as Eleanor is concerned, I think it's a fate worse than that. I just don't know exactly what it is, but they seem adamant to try to find her. And now me, apparently. Hence, and I'll tap the hairpin. Hence this shiny little trinket that apparently prevents their leader from knowing where that person is. So Eleanor gave it to me because apparently they changed their focus, their eye on me. I don't know why they would. Eleanor is still here. Well, I mean, she's not here, but she's somewhere. Probably Toussaint right now.
And you can see Ianto trying to sort of like work through like what is this about, right? Like trying to figure out what all those things might mean. And he sort of shakes his head like,
it's all rather complicated. The only common thread I see with our current situation and what's happening is that Alzor also wanted Eleanor to open whatever door she opened, or she knows where it is, or she knows how to use it. So she's wanted by two different group of people.
the door may be the same from the note.
Let me just reread. It could. It could very well be. Maybe she knows where it is.
And he sort of goes through the letter in his mind. The star has fallen, the way has been opened. It was held by those who are now dead. Come to me, my friends, for I have opened the way to your friend in peace. Be. He thinks about it a bit. And he goes, he sort of shakes his head like, that doesn't really make a lot of sense. And he goes, he sort of takes his parchment, and he sort of pulls you towards the actual little desk. He puts it down, and he sort of flips it over so it's clear, and he writes down Alzor, makes a little circle, and then he says, and he sort of makes a little arrow to you and to Javik, and he writes down both of those names with the sort of arrows pointing at it. And then he makes then he puts Alzor in a little mirror frame, and then he makes an arrow from Alzor to Filiberta, and he sort of does that. And then he does Filiberta to Deschalon. He does that. And then he's trying to sort of put all the little pieces, right? So he's like, okay, Baldwin, and he puts Baldwin, and he puts Kagan in there, and he puts Baldwin at Kagan. And then he puts gang, wolves, and he puts Baldwin and wolves, puts an arrow there. Then he puts himself, and he so he tries to in this one piece of parchment, put all the little pieces and all the arrows, and he sort of looks at it, and he sort of looks at you with it's just a mess of arrows everywhere. And you've got Kagan, Toussaint, Matina, sort of big, places, right? So sodden, right? And he sort of looks at all of that, and he's like,
a lot of people would look at this and say you have lost it. But that's the thing, is I think that's part of their whole plan, is to have something so secretive and convoluted that no one could reasonably pin the blame on anyone easily.
Could you both roll me deduction?
I don't have that skill.
Thank you, Drew, for the investigative rules in this game.
Yeah, those rules are great.
18.
He's mostly just trying to point out that this seems real big. Right?
Yeah, just go ahead and roll, because you're working together to solve it, and because of the way that the investigation
the deduction
works,
rule, the investigation rules. The more investigating takes place,
the lower the DV becomes.
Mm-hmm. And the more we figure out, the sooner we are to figuring it all out.
And a 16 is definitely not bad when Cadeyrn rolls an 18. Out of curiosity.
You both rolled 4s. That's funny.
You both did good.
And he's just trying to his purpose is to just show how wide-ranging and large this thing is, how how big, right? This is just this is big.
Actually, those are both really good, and you will get to ask each get to ask 2 questions as you're looking at this mind map of Ianto's that I will answer truthfully.
I'll let Ianto ask first.
Ianto does not have any questions at this moment, because he's not actually deducing. He's just trying to point out that this is way bigger than us, right? And that it's just a bit overwhelming. So he doesn't have any questions at the moment. He's just trying to, because he's not trying to figure it out. He's just trying to demonstrate that this is way big and bad, right? That's but he does have a question for Cadeyrn, which is not a question for the GM, it's a question for the Cadeyrn. And he sort of looking at this sort of massive thing, he just points to Alzor, and then he puts a little crown on top of Alzor's little name with a question mark, and he points to Cadeyrn for him to answer that question.
Wait, a crown on Alzor?
Yeah, just a little crown. So nobody else has a crown, but he has a crown on his head.
Oh, he might definitely be at the center of everything. Except the Wild Hunt. Which I think are just outliers, and we're sort of caught in the crossfire.
And the Wild Hunt wasn't actually on his list because he only put sort of things in there, and then he sort of waits and he puts the Wild Hunt in the corner, like rather than a circle in a little box, and he points to arrows to Cadeyrn and then Alienor.
I just don't know what his proper end goal is. Alzor was definitely brilliant. I'm not going to contest that. But they did kick him out of Banard under nefarious circumstances.
Gives you a questioning look.
You've seen the state that Javik was in.
On fire.
Yes, he was on fire because of something that Ulzer did to him, where he could manipulate him like a flesh puppet.
You said.
Controlling the minds of others, one, is not something that any of us are taught to do. Second,
That's comforting.
also heavily frowned upon. There aren't a lot of... Well, I'll give you an example. Necromancy. Yeah, no one ever... So here's the thing about necromancy. One, the magic comes from...
Bringing back the dead? Question mark?
Yes. Even if temporarily. The dead never consented to it. How can they? They're dead. Goetia is just as worse, which I believe that this is what Alzur was up to with Javik. Goetia is the practice of contacting beings from outside our world. A place that, not much is known about, and for the most part, because we're not allowed to know about it. But imagine a world not unlike our own, where everything is shit. And that's probably where these beings come from. Imagine a place that was forgotten by the conjunction and yearns to be included, but isn't, and has grown resentful. Well, they can probably teach you secrets, ways to bend magic, ways to control people.
You see, it hands you this piece of paper and it says, but we don't know this is necromancy. It could be lies.
It is not necromancy. Javik wasn't dead. He never has been, as far as I'm concerned. And I don't know if necromancy can actually prevent decay.
Because Baldwin was reported dead, yet he walked around. I thought Alvar was dead, but he wasn't. So maybe they are... Oh, he stops. You're out the window woman? Question mark. Maybe they never died. People lied.
You got a good point there. Could all of these people have faked their deaths
And he just points to Alzar's name again.
I mean, certainly, but didn't you tell me you built a funeral pyre for your Witcher friend? You saw him burn. I don't think necromancy has the power to bring back the flesh.
He writes down, Brenna said, I don't know much about Witcher healing. I think he wasn't really dead. I thought he was, so I burned him. And then I was taken away from the pyre by Ardzo.
Hmm.
And he takes it back and he says, so I burned him alive and left him alone.
You didn't really know he was alive. But that brings me to an interesting question. How much time passed between the moment you burnt his body and saw him again?
23 years.
Ah.
And then he just points to the 23 one more time. And then that whole mess.
Mm-hmm. "23 years, the body would have been completely decomposed. Unless he never died."
And then, like, Ianto's about to write, but then Cadeyrn said that, and he nods.
So, how many questions did you say we had, Deirdre?
I said you could have 2 each, but if you want to share them, then you'll have a total of 4. And you can consult as a group. You can even add in Brent, Lindy could add in questions. You can have 4 questions as a group. There you go.
And he just sort of looks at all of this, like this mess on this piece of parchment, like, it's got like 23 on it and all these names and an Alzar with a crown. And he sort of looks at it all. And he sort of shakes his head. And he writes in the corner to Cadeyrn, like, why us? ? And then maybe just bad luck, period.
I think the old adage of wrong place, wrong time. I don't think anyone in this world is destined for greatness. The entire world, for that matter, does not rest on the shoulders of only one individual. That would be counter to all the laws of nature. I think we were embroiled in it purely by happenstance. Actually, you more than I. I wouldn't have done anything about this whole situation had I not accepted Javik's offer to pull a prank on you.
And he points to Alzar again, and he points to you. Like,
I've never met the man in my life.
And you can see that he clearly had thought that you had, right? He was like, oh, because you're a mage, like you're both mages. He figured,
Yeah, we all know each other.
I don't know, you all go to school together or whatever. And he just like nods, like, oh, okay. Oh.
No, he was already expired by the time. Expired. He was already expelled by the time I entered Banard.
Hey,
I know.
Cadeyrn,
Hmm?
remember how Javik said he had special education?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Javik
Where
didn't
did
start
that happen?
Banard until after you left. Well,
Mhm.
until after you did.
Yeah. Yeah, he probably had like an apprenticeship with Alzor beforehand.
Alzor would have. If I'll give you this one for free. You're 30 years older than Javik.
Mhm.
Which is a question of how they met, right? Since
Or if it was Alzor, or if it was one of Alzor's people.
That did what?
Experiment on Javik, and then Alzor got through via his apprentice.
because
Into
Alzor
Javik.
wasn't at Banard.
Well, no,
Yeah.
he wasn't at Banard. What I'm thinking is Javik had like a mentorship under. Basically, he was mentored by Alzor outside of any school system for a couple of years, and then he was sent to Banard.
I can tell you that you would know that he didn't. He was sent to Banard at 8 to get him out of the royal family.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, I was like, I don't think that's the case. But
So
something
he
happened.
would have had to leave the school from time to time.
Or
to
Alzor
go
would
to
have had
his-
to come in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But
Perhaps through mirrors.
yeah, the thing is I still haven't met Alzor in my life.
Except through Mira and Javik.
Yeah, but I mean, like up until
In person,
2
yeah.
weeks ago. Yeah.
And he stops and like Ianto thinks about it and he goes, and he points to the mirror, and then back to Cadeyrn. And then he just starts, I thought you knew him.
I know of him. Know him by reputation. I mean, I learned one of his signature spells. But it doesn't mean that I know the person. I know of his deeds, or his misdeeds, as it were. I know of his accomplishments. I mean, your sister is one of them. He helped create the mutations for Witchers.
And
You
Ianto
know.
sort of points to your pack, your coin pouch.
Yeah, what? I'm opening it, holding it.
Pulls out the letter that he wrote to you with a transcription of the letter he has, and
Yeah.
he points to the phrase "your friend in peace," and he writes down on the parchment, the letter was addressed to me. Why me? And just like friend in peace. And he's, and he just,
Do you
like,
know
points
of
to the-
anyone whose name begins with a B?
And then he sort of puts his finger up, and he says, points to you, and he says, the ink, same curse, right?
The same type of protection, yes. Maybe you share the names or had a similar name to the person this was actually addressed to. I mean, was it hand delivered to you by someone?
It was delivered to me in Kagan.
Via Javik saying you got mail while you were gone.
And most people did not know I was in Kagan.
Javik gave you that letter. Do you remember his demeanor? His cadence when he spoke? Cadence.
Normal.
He didn't seem perturbed. Maybe tired. More than usual, no? Because then we might have a few questions to ask Javik still. If only because here's my theory. What if the letter was never intended for you and was intended for him? And he, knowing that he was compromised, because Javik seems to, well, he knew when I spoke to him last a few minutes ago, he knew what it felt like when Alzor was in control. And so he could have potentially doubted his abilities and wrote the letter as it was, inadvertently copying the spell to you to try to find a way for you to fix everything.
Ianto looks like that. He thinks that's like a very odd thing, and he says,
For Simon, the letter that Ianto has none of the spell on it whatsoever.
"Yeah, but it's the
okay.
same
So then remove the part about the spell from my speech. Then it just makes my theory even more
No, it's not
credible.
The same ink.
It's the same ink as the letter that was stabbed.
It's the same ink. It's the same ink as the letter that was stabbed through Eleanor's shoulder.
Right, and you said it was the same handwriting, because that wasn't my role. That was Simon's role.
It's similar. It's similar handwriting to the letters for Lady Rillowen.
Yes.
And the letters from Lady Rillowen have the same ink as the spell letter. But the letter that was in Eleanor's shoulder doesn't have that ink. So the connection between the one that was in her shoulder had the same handwriting as Lady Rillowen's letters.
Yeah.
Lady Rillowen's letters also had the same ink patterns as the spell letter.
Right.
But the spell letter and the one that was in her shoulder don't have the same ink.
And the one that I have and Lady Rillowen's letters, do they have the same ink?
No, they have the same similar. It's the same hand as the letter that was in the shoulder, but they're similar to the letters of Lady Rillowen, but they're not exactly the same.
Because that's how we got the whole conversation about 23 years earlier with the 20.
Yeah. No, but the letter also has similar wording.
Yeah, but it was like more like, oh, okay, hold on. So that means this letter was maybe sent by somebody that you knew 23 years ago. So there's clearly like some kind of larger.
Yeah, there's connections in the handwriting. There's no connections in the ink.
And he just sort of points to you and the name Lady Out the Window and then the letter, and sort of like to remind you that you sort of meant that these things were like from the same person.
They could very well be.
And he just points to you like you said it, not me. Because he handed you the letter to look at, right?
Yeah, and the handwriting is the same.
Similar.
Okay, but not exactly the same.
Not exactly the same.
Hmm.
And the two letters that are similar wording, about the door, those have the exact same handwriting.
Yeah.
That handwriting is similar to the letters of Lady Rillowen. The letters of Lady Rillowen have the same ink exactly as the curse letter.
And same handwriting?
Similar.
Similar.
Yeah, the engraving on the outside. The hand on the outside is very similar.
Yeah. And he just sort of like shrugs, like, sort of pointing that letter, like, I don't know, like this, like, I don't know why this came to me.
No, I'm right now we're grasping at everything we can possibly think of.
And he writes down, I should say goodbye to Brenna before we leave for Mahakam. Tomorrow? ?
As early as possible.
Why do you need to go to Mahakam? ?
Oh, well, also because of Ardzo, we sort of talked about it after the wedding, and he needs to go, or he wanted to go, and I have friends there. The person that removed the Dimeridium from my heart.
He nods. And then says on the paper, at least Brenna staying here will keep her safe. Period.
Not like she can't take care of herself, though. What would you rather, Ianto? That Brenna comes with us, potentially putting herself in danger. Danger that she can handle, because let's face it, Witcher. Or remain here with Gavril.
And he writes down, she can't come with us. She's the lady of the castle. She has a job here.
I didn't see a ball and a chain anywhere.
She's a countess now.
And counts do travel. They have boring reasons to do so, but they do so anyway.
And she's not getting paid for a contract.
No, but how will she find work if she remains here?
And then he writes, but she was here for many years as a Witcher, officially, I think.
I suppose then that the territory around this castle is probably very, very safe.
And he nods. He says, I think maybe she is still stationed here? ? He doesn't know exactly. He's like, there are some things that were a little not shared.
Yeah, I wouldn't know either. I don't really know how Witchers work, if you will. I know that they take on contract. They're like bounty hunters, but for critters.
Or protectors of duchy? ?
Wouldn't that be the responsibility of a knight? Or a whole unit of knights?
I don't know, but she was stationed here for a long time, years.
Who stationed her here?
Witchers? Like, he's like, I don't know how it happens. He just like,
No. What if it was Gavril?
I don't know how it works.
Me neither. All I'm saying is, would you rather her with us or with Gavril?
And like, Ianto just rolls his eyes at the idea of him staying with Gavril, and he says, look, my sister will do what she will do.
Yes. We can tell her where we're going, and if she decides to follow as some sort of delegation to Mahakam for one reason or another, well then, Hey, by the way, I do think that she would have an escort with her. At least I think nobles normally travel with an armed escort.
Nobles are very fancy. Period.
Yes, that they are. They can afford people. That's just... They have people to dress them, people to protect them. Nobles can't do anything on their own.
And like you can see probably some kind of filthy thought pass through Ianto's mind with a bit of a smirk, which is not a little mean-spirited. Like he's clearly thinking some kind of insults about nobles in general, and probably also them going to the bathroom. But just in his mind, and he goes, and he sort of looks back at that paper, and he sort of picks up and he hands it to you. And he points back to Filiberta. When he sort of looks around at in the castle that they're currently in. And he points back to Alzor. He kind of points back between those two.
Where did Filiberta learn magic? She's never spoken about it?
And he writes down, I know none of these people.
No, I thought maybe you were here before I got here, so I thought maybe, through conversations or spying, eavesdropping.
I think the magic was a secret.
So then even Gavril wouldn't know. That's a problem.
And then he writes down, she ensorcelled him, and then comes back and puts quotation marks around ensorcelled. Everyone says.
Which wouldn't be too far from the truth.
Convenient.
Did we search, Prax, did we search Filiberta's quarters?
Brenna kind of burned everything.
Yeah. Yes, but while going through things, it wasn't a just burn everything. It was go through and then burn.
Yes, it was a go through and then burn.
If Cadeyrn wanted to have been there for that, he could have totally been. Brenna would not
think-
have excluded him from that process.
You probably would have shown him anything that you found.
That seemed magic-y or
So
important.
What
Yeah,
we're gonna do
for sure.
is go ahead and do a retroactive roll here. Anyone who wishes to can roll awareness. Or no, wait. Want to make sure it's the right. Hold on, please, as I make sure it's the right skill because I've just been going back through 3 different.
It's awareness in this game.
It's awareness in this game. Thank you. I play a lot of Artelsorian games.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're all great.
They're all great. Hashtag not sponsored, but go play Artelsorian games. Yes, awareness.
I'm gonna put a point of luck. Just a 1.
Cool.
I'm gonna put 2 points in.
For a 24.
For 19.
Is Ianto rolling?
He was never in the room.
Oh, even including during the 2 weeks that we're breaking the room down? Okay.
Yeah, no. Because it would make no sense for Bytonus to have
Lord
been in there.
Bytonus pod. Yeah.
Yeah. That would not make any sense for him to be in there. And he was, during that whole time, he was trying to do PR for Brenna.
Yes. So looking back through, Brenna, you find some ritual components, ingredients.
Would have kept ingredients because those are important.
Yeah, you would have found a lot.
Oh, I'm sure. It's okay. We'll do alchemy tomorrow.
I think that Cadeyrn got this. One of the people who was not Ianto, because he does not know magic at all, got this sense, and I think it was Cadeyrn from studying the candles.
Yeah,
that
that was separate though.
No, that she wasn't herself like a super big magic user,
No,
but that she got info
she
from
She was like a
others, right?
witch.
She
Yeah.
wasn't she, for lack of a better term, she, you know, you would never compare her to Yennefer or Triss, but you wouldn't even compare her to like Frangilla.
Mm-hmm.
Not to diss on Frangilla, but like,
But yeah,
but
Philberta
when you go
wasn't
to
all
school
that.
with Yennefer, you're gonna be like, the curve is broken. I'm sorry. Yennefer broke that curve. But Philberta, you know, looking at the candles, and what the ingredients that you found and different approaches, you're like, she probably could have cast mind manipulation, but there's no way she's casting mind control. Or mental command, I should say.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
And there was some sort of indication, if I remember,
the candles,
that somebody else was helping her.
Yeah,
right?
there
That
was-
maybe
there
she
was
didn't
a-
do those candles.
yeah,
right.
she didn't design the spell on the candles, but the candles were enough that she could power them, right? The creation of the spell was not hers. They were low level enough that the creation of the candles she could do, and then working together, the candles could facilitate the spells that she wanted. It's very obvious, you know, from the materials that you find in her rooms, it's very obvious that she's a low level. Maybe just like if she never went to probably any of the major schools. She probably had a personal education, and she uses rituals much more than she uses spells, because they are, for lack of a better term, easier for lower powered individuals to work. And you know that the magic, she had the candles to act as an anchor for this and bolster for the spell to hide creatures from Witcher
Like the
senses.
Bruxa.
And also that you would also have found through this a couple other things that definitely give you the like tools that give you the impression they would have been like cosmetics that would have been a little bit closer to bolstering things like a glamour or maybe a mind manipulation that was already in place, right? You know, subtle, you know, a subtle like if you've ever watched the series, the subtle incense perfume that Yennefer uses to fuck everyone in a town, literally.
She feels like it, you know.
Well, excuse me, she doesn't fuck them. She has them fuck themselves.
She said, "Go fuck yourselves,"
And
she
they
walked
did.
in, and they did.
And, yeah.
Boy, did they!
And he sort of just looks at all of this, which is like so big, and all these names of people he doesn't even know and has ever met. And he puts a little skull next to Out of the Window Lady, because he doesn't actually know her name. He puts a little skull by Baldwin. And then he adds Alvar and puts a little skull towards Alvar. And he's trying to think like if there's any other dead people he knows or reportedly dead.
Philberta.
Well, but she wasn't reported dead and then wandering around. He's talking about people that were reported dead but are still around.
Yeah, as far as we're concerned, Philberta is still dead.
As far as we know, as opposed to reported dead and maybe not even dead. And then he points to Alzor and sort of like with the question mark skull. Was he reported
Not that I
dead?
know. Not yet, right? Deirdre?
He just hasn't been heard from in a number of years. Nobody's seen him. Remember, this is only 50 years after the founding of the you know...
Yeah, so he's...
75 years after the founding of the Witchers in general, and like 20 years after the final split from the last of the schools.
So, like,
More
out
than
of
that.
game, technically he's not dead yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He hasn't been killed, yeah.
And I mean, Alzor never, canonically, you get reported in the games that he was killed by somebody, but in the books, he's just missing and presumed dead. So, nobody knows. Nobody's seen him.
And sort of Ianto looks at all this and he's like, why me with this letter? Take this. Think on it. I'll see you tomorrow when we say goodbye to Brenna? ?
Tomorrow, then. I'll try to think on, and I tap the letter, the conspiracy board, because that's what it is.
Yeah.
I'll try to make some sense of this.
So you retire for the evening. Anyone who is injured can recover your hit points in recovery. I think only one person is injured.
Yay!
Not me. I've got my hit points. I just have got a couple more days.
Well, no, are you full up?
Yeah, I'm full up.
Oh yeah, because you didn't actually take a lot of damage.
No, I did. It's just that I have that circle of healing, and there was a
lot of healing that was given to you. Yep.
It'll just take me another 6 days or something.
Yeah, but you're down. You're now
injured, but you're full HP.
You're also no longer at that -5. You could talk, right? And you're at minus. You're at the -1 for all your charm and empathic skills.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and I've got another 5 days, I think, after
5 days
tomorrow. Yeah.
But the night will pass. Some will have more fun tonight than others.
Yeah.
I'll have fun thinking about how I don't like Gavril, but that's all right.
That's not fun. That's just.
Brenna's gonna have a lot of fun.
Yeah.
How much
Also,
she
your bruise will probably heal up by this point.
In a day?
Yeah, I mean, you went deep with that shiner. But the night will pass. Dawn will come. Slowly, breakfast is served to all who wish it. Announcements will be made around the castle to the guests that the area is clear, travel is safe, enjoy, and a number of the guests have started moving their way, Peaches and her contingent are leaving.
And of course, Ianto will see her off as by Tonus, as is proper.
Yep. Pretty much all of the guests who are still here and are on their way out. Who is doing what this fine morning?
Question.
Yep.
Did Gavril find anything else missing from his desk?
No.
Okay. And also, she would have asked what the contents of the letters to Mahakam were. He would share that with his lovely wife.
I need you to roll persuasion. You will get a +2 because he's in a good mood.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that your timing on asking that question is appropriate.
Oh yes. No, she's picked up a couple things. She's been with him long enough to know
and Alienor
when
taught
to
you
ask
well.
questions. And between Alienor and just being with this guy for 30 years, she knows how to time a question. Yep, most of the time.
Yep.
Sometimes she can't help the timing, but when she can. I'm a spend just 2 luck on it too. 16.
So as you are reclining in bed and just chilling, relaxing afterwards, he will say that they are
what was the contents Lawrence said they're
we
important?
are ordering some new certain supplies for special orders. Perhaps one might consider armaments that His Highness wishes to ensure.
I was going to ask if anyone would be interested in that, but now I see.
I have the contact and the connections, and His Highness wishes to make sure that Martina is safe. You know that his father, the king, has been unwell recently, and
Mm-hmm.
you know, succession must be assured and protection for the kingdom, and certain offers that came from this, but mostly trade orders and, well, a few toys for us.
Really? Exciting.
I didn't want to worry you or spoil the surprise.
I'm sure I'll still be surprised regardless.
As you have to get up early.
Well, I probably should. There's some alchemy I wish to do. All this commotion lately has drained me of supplies.
Well, I should, I guess, see our guests off then.
Yes, we probably should.
And we should actually see about finding someone for Lawrence. I don't want that to go too long.
Makes note. Lawrence, is there anyone you're interested in to ask that question later?
Alright. Well, then our morning, I guess, must begin.
Alright. Gets up and, gets on gear. Witcher gear because alchemy.
Because alchemy.
Because alchemy. You're not gonna be wearing a nice dress, but it's not wisest.
So you are off to do some alchemy. Gavril's off to show off to say goodbye to your guests, basically.
Yeah, she would say goodbye. Like I imagine probably some of them leave in waves.
Yes.
She'd be like, "Oh yes, goodbye. Go do some alchemy." The rest, no one else is leaving till like afternoon. Cool. I'm gonna go do alchemy.
He would, when you're waving off guests, he would sort of motion you over as he's waving goodbye to his fiance.
She'd come over.
And he would sort of make this little note, a little card, and he goes, "Milady, I shall be leaving this place with some new companions today. It was nice to be invited, and I shall see you some other time."
Well, your new companions. It could literally be anyone. She does not know for sure.
And he goes, "Oh, I have met a mage and a lovely dwarven doctor. We are going to be traveling
Ianto's
soon."
really lucky. She's like pretty stone-faced most of the time. How fascinating. Where are you headed off to?
And he goes, "Oh, off somewhere."
Wonderful. Cadeyrn?
Because he's not going to say, where things could be looked at.
Yeah. Yeah. And so she goes and finds Cadeyrn.
I think you're gonna find him probably in the courtyard, waiting on Ianto, all ready to go. Oh, your ladyship.
Brenna's fine, please. Where are you and Ianto and Ardzo going? Ianto followed.
And he's like,
yes.
Well, she would, if there's
Lord
anybody else in there,
Bytona's
she
car.
wouldn't say this.
Yeah.
She would have gone like up to Cadeyrn and been like, "Where are you guys going? Like, no one else is here."
and once he was like, he's going to go back to sort of like, once he knows that you're all right, he's like, "I'm going to go in case this conversation seems terrible."
Where are you all going?
We're leaving for Mahakam, for the mountains.
Mahakam. Albert has business with Mahakam. When are you leaving? You look ready.
We were leaving pretty much in the hour. We just need... Well, I'm waiting after everyone, but then I suppose Ianto and I will be waiting after Ardzo, who's probably still with Elise.
Yes, with Elsa.
Elsa.
would expect you to be as familiar with the names around here. But he might get upset if he heard you call her Elise while you're traveling.
I will make a note of that.
Maybe I'll go with you. Can you wait a couple hours? I have some alchemy to do.
Ianto's not here to hear this conversation right now because
He is
wandered off.
not!
I figured we wouldn't be able to stop you, which is why I didn't really approach you in the first place. I figured if I were, your husband was probably going to keep you here.
I do have Witcher work I have to tend to at some point.
Do you, though? I mean, you are rich and everything is paid for
I-
here. Everything's provided for you.
But the Witcher school is not going to see it that way, I'm assuming. Take a cut of, everything. So take a cut of the contracts, and if I'm not performing contracts, well, also, if the monsters in certain areas get out of hand, that is also going to be... It'd be best if I continued to do some Witchering.
Then it's settled.
And they might send someone here to speak with me, and I'd rather not be here once that happens. It takes about a month to get here, and they've been here for about 3 weeks. 4 weeks, so...
Trying to duck
that
away
sounds
from your responsibilities?
Sounds like
I've
she's running
learned a
away.
couple of things from Ianto, having known him for about 2 months now.
Runs in the family, I guess.
I suppose.
If Ianto knew you were trying to run away from people chasing you, he would totally approve. I
Not
mean,
chasing her, just wanting to talk with her, probably.
leaving to avoid conversations,
I
he
haven't
would
seen
also approve
Javik
of that
this
too.
morning as well. Do you know is he still sleeping?
Oh, Javik left for Kagan. In a hurry.
I haven't seen in such a hurry.
I don't know. He just wanted to leave. It's Javik.
Right, so maybe it runs in both sides of the family.
That said, I think I do have to speak with him.
I'm planning on writing him a letter now, thanking him for his visit, and yes, thanking him for his visit. I think Eleanor would approve of this letter.
Do you by any chance remember if Javik had a telecommunicator in his home in Kagan?
Do I know what a telecommunicator is?
It's a
Yeah.
strange metal contraption inside of a circle.
Each of the Witcher schools had one
Had one? Okay, yeah.
because they were
so she'd know what
theoretically
it looks
all
like.
communicating to each other.
Yeah. When I didn't look through his whole house, I was primarily in just a couple of main areas. Did I see one there? I don't think she did. Not in those. She peeked into the lab, and she's in the main area, and then like the back door came in through the kitchen once, and then the front door. So she didn't go into the bedrooms or anything at all.
Yeah, you didn't go upstairs ever.
No.
And you wouldn't keep it in. You wouldn't keep a telecommunicator
In the social
alchemy.
areas.
Well,
yeah.
in the social areas
In
or
alchemy
in,
labs
or in an
either,
alchemy
yeah.
lab, you wouldn't do that. So you wouldn't know.
I do not
Oh,
know if you
well.
could describe it to Ianto. Oh, he might be able to help. I didn't see his whole house.
All over that house, probably undressed. But so, I'm sorry, that was an inside voice.
Can probably use the one at Banard. But I would need to know if he has one in return.
Ask Ianto to describe it to him. He would probably know. He's been
Good
through the whole
idea.
house. Just let me speak with Gavram.
You do
Keep it
that,
upcoming
and
list.
then you can go about your
You have a horse?
alchemy. What? No.
To get Hawkham, you're going to walk. To try Ianto and Ardzo.
Oh, we have to take the long way there.
Yeah.
We have horses.
I'm glad you just now realized this. You might want to pack a bit more. She's like looking at his like really light duffel or whatever he has. You might want to pack a bit more.
I suppose it's
Yeah.
convenient as a mage if you forget something, you can just pop back, pick it up, and bring it
Well,
over.
but it's exhausting.
It's really tiring. Yeah.
Especially
you might want
since
to
I have zero.
holding a portal
food.
open. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Um,
maybe you really need that pair of shoes. Do you know what I mean? Like maybe you
Yeah.
really
Mhm.
need them.
Of
Oh
course.
yeah.
If I
It's
could
just.
if I come with, I will make sure that the kitchens will pack us plenty of good supplies, so you don't have to survive on hardtack and in food. Cadeyrn seems like the person who likes nice food. Brenna's just observed this, and she knows Ardzo is a person who likes nice food. So, I can also see about possibly borrowing a horse or two. So you're not. You can learn. Just like gives him a pat. I'm going to speak with Scaff from now.
Yes. I'll go.
Ask about the telecommunicator.
Pack some food. Yes.
And tell him you need more time to pack because you didn't realize you wouldn't be teleporting. And then she'll just, clasp the shoulder like, it's okay, buddy. I'm glad you realized it now. And then go find Gavril.
By the way, if Gavril's in that courtyard, by the way, saying goodbye to guests, I just
He would be in the courtyard saying goodbye. He'd be in the exit. Yeah, the Grand Hall. There probably wouldn't be anybody in the courtyard right now. Except
That
for-
was kind of the point as to why Cadeyrn was there,
Mhm.
like away from everyone. But
well, wherever the guests are being, said goodbye to, if Gavril's there, Ianto just peeps him. Not obviously, just doesn't get near him. Nowhere within
peep
conversation
him.
range. Just peeps. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hey, so that business you had in Mahakam, wouldn't it be great if you sent me as a representative? I could do some Witcher work on the way so that maybe they're not as mad as I anticipate them being. There's a couple of personal things, I want to look into regarding the attacks on the thing. Just wouldn't it be great? Mm-hmm.
I just watch them.
Yeah. She'd take him. She'd steal him for a moment to bring this up. This little nook. Oh yeah, it's a good nook. Yeah, well, I wonder why it has curtains. It didn't 30 years ago. That's weird.
Wow,
Whatever.
apparently I was muted, but it's a very good nook, and now it has
Great nook.
It has some curtains.
Curtains.
Yeah. But
Nooks now with curtains. Anyways. Yeah.
so while you tell him that, Ianto, what was that 23 human perception for?
When they're interacting, I'm watching his body language because I don't like him.
Oh, he's very professional. He's very attentive. He's a loving
He's perfectly
husband.
fine, just like she says. I still don't like him.
With a 23, let me see something. Hold, please.
Please hold.
Please hold. We need to work on connecting you to the customer you desire to speak to.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
He
Yeah,
rolled
he's-
really, really well on that, just so you know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's how Ianto's luck goes. He's perfect, just like she says.
He is
But-
very attentive, and his like arms always around her back.
Yeah.
He's very loving. It also, Ianto, you're just staring at him while he's being really public as hell.
Yeah,
his wife.
very, very public with all the
Yeah,
guests
he loves
leaving.
he loves all that PDA. Mhm.
There is a lot of PDA. Yeah,
Oh, there's a lot of PDA.
Like,
it might make some people uncomfortable, but there's a lot of PDA.
yeah, I mean, like he's because Ianto has peeped Gavril a couple of times and he's always failed the roll. He's always
No,
never
no,
he's
you
never
got
succeeded.
you last time. Last time you noticed that he was a little.
No, Ianto's never beaten
No, you-
Gavril in a perception
you
versus
did.
deceit roll.
You did. He did. It
He
was
did
a
once.
straight. It was once, and it wasn't a deceit. It was just a straight perception because he wasn't trying to be deceptive at that point. And you noticed that he was very.
I think it was mostly that he loved her very
Attentive.
much and he cared about her and
And-
it was very positive.
It's all very positive, and there's just this fine line of also possession with him, but it's also noble. So
I don't think I got the possessiveness. I think I just got that he was like really happy to see her, that he really cared about her, that she
yeah.
was like,
Oh, and it was
special.
like no,
at the
no.
banquet.
That particular time we were rolling, it was he wasn't showing any of that. It was just he'd
Yeah.
seen her for the first time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, his dislike of Gavril is basically completely irrational, which is because he has no evidence there's anything wrong with this guy, but he just still doesn't like him.
Yeah, and Gavril thinks you're great.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't like me either
No,
because
no.
he knows that I'm going to leave her and hurt him.
No,
her.
he's afraid that you're going to do that. He doesn't know that you're going to do that. He is afraid that you're going to do it, but he does like you because you rolled that meeting off between seasons and you
You
Yeah.
rolled really good in
you
that.
rolled really well,
Yeah.
and he thinks that you're great. He's just concerned
'cause-
about in general people leaving.
He's
his
great.
wife.
He just has concerns, but he has concerns about everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I got
So-
the sense he's like, you're okay, but you're going to break my wife's
No,
heart.
he
and
thinks
therefore
you're
I'm not
great.
happy about
He
it.
thinks he's like, oh, what a good brother you have. He found you. That's so great. Now
Oh,
you
yeah.
found other family.
Yeah, because I got the sense he's like, yeah, I don't trust you because you're a performer, right? And you're going to leave her and break her heart. So like, you're pleasant and nice and all, but I never got the sense that he has good overall thoughts. That he thinks
Oh,
I'm.
he has good overall thoughts. He's afraid that you're going to leave Brenna. He isn't convinced that you're going to do it. Because that's
But
more
I already did.
but that's more everybody, he has concerns about everybody.
He may be just a little bit concerned about a lot of things.
A lot of
But
things.
I will also note that I already did leave the castle and then came back, so he was already proven correct. So I can't imagine he
Yeah, we
has
didn't talk
good
about
thoughts
that.
about
Yeah,
me.
but everybody, but here's the thing. You disappeared at the same time that Brenna and Javik were both attacked, and he hasn't actually spoken to anybody about how you came to be. The guards have just said that you came back looking fucked
With-
up as shit with
Brenna.
Brenna. And
He
it's
probably
like,
just assumes you were attacked too, and Brenna has not spoken about it.
right now and that's what the guards have said. It's like our guest was attacked and Brenna found him. So right now he's like, oh, okay. Cadeyrn,
Yee.
Brenna is telling her husband that she be leaving. What are you doing?
I'm going to go and grab food. Actually, I'm going to take a detour by the stables first.
Okay.
I would like to know, there any wagons or like coaches in here?
No, there is actually a very nice, fine ladies' coach.
Nice.
It's a little older, but still very nice. It was a Denka's. You weren't going to get rid of that one.
I wager that there are like stable hands.
Yeah.
Hey, you kid, come here.
Yeah.
Her ladyship needs this carriage to be prepped and ready to leave within the afternoon.
Okay. Crap. All right. nobles, right, man? And the stable hand is fully convinced that a person dressed like this, he's a kid. He don't know no better.
Yeah.
And then what I'll do is I'll go into the kitchen,
Mm-hmm.
basically have someone like bring food into the coach. And
Cadeyrn's like, I'm riding in coach.
Cadeyrn's like, if I have to,
I don't like horses, so
Yeah.
I have to travel. Screw this.
I'm
Well,
traveling
and the way Brenna is phrasing it is like, well, if we send someone official, it's better than a letter, right? I'm official now, right?
So, Brenna, go ahead and roll me persuasion.
My last luck for this.
There are 2 points of luck for the party, by the way.
Hey y'all, mind if I use one of those points of luck?
Nah, go ahead.
13.
I rolled a 4 plus 3 plus 3 plus 3. That's my empathy, my persuasion, and then my luck.
With a 13,
Lucky number.
Gavril will say, you're not wrong, my kitten, but I'm concerned about you traveling. It is, I have full faith in your abilities, your skills.
I wouldn't be traveling alone either. So, Cadeyrn is heading that way, same as my brother, and Ardzo. So there would be a physician, a mage, and someone who's very good at talking.
And Gavril will lean back and snap his
The numbers.
He'll reach his hand through the curtain, which I'm assuming you drew because
Oh yeah. May I steal you for a moment?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he'll reach his hand through the curtain and snap his fingers for one of the servants waiting around, and just say, "Could you fetch Lords Cadeyrn and then he'll look at Baronet Bartonis Pod, please."
She's like, oh no, but she doesn't say anything.
And he'll then
But she appreciates that Ardzo's not being dragged into this.
No, well,
It's like, well, he's proven his competence
yes.
time and time again.
Gavril is fully convinced that Ardzo is the most competent individual that you've introduced
Brought
him
home
to,
ever.
introduced him to lately.
Out of like the 2 people I've ever been like, hey, this is the one I'm bringing to the house. Aside from Alienor, which she probably already knew.
Yeah, Alienor doesn't really count.
Yeah, no.
She goes where she wants. She's also a bard, so
Yeah.
sacrosanct anyways. So, a few moments, and as you are leaving the kitchen, Cadeyrn, a servant will walk up to you and says, Master Cadeyrn, Lord Count Gavril would like to speak with you in the small receiving area. She doesn't make eye contact with you at all.
Did he? You can look at me. You can look at it's fine. I know I'm gorgeous, but your eyes aren't gonna bleed. What was his overall emotional state? Was he angry?
No.
Disappointed?
No.
Horny?
I'm sure I couldn't say, sir.
Okay, then it's probably nothing. Thank you. Go run. Am I supposed to pay you for the message? How does that work?
No, no, sir. Just right off the. Have a good day, sir.
All right, you as well.
Lord Bytonus Pard, you will get a similar message from one of the footmen, who will.
He's
hit
in
the
the
unmute
hall.
Button.
He's in the hall.
Yeah, as you're in the
but,
hall. The servant
Yeah.
will come up to you and be like, Lord Bytonus Pard, Count Gavril would like to speak with you. Please, this way.
And he sort of nods
Um,
and sort of makes sure he has like because he took some extra sheets of paper from his room just in case.
The footman will lead you, servant will lead you into the side, this little side nook, rounded out kind of like window area, half turret. 3 benches are seated there. It's beautiful windows overlooking the mountains off the palace, or not the palace, the castle. And seated in the center of those 3 benches is Gavril, very commandingly, and he's kind of pulled Brenna to sit next to him, and his arm is very obviously draped around her shoulder. And, resting with his hand just on the front of her shoulder.
Bow.
And he will gesture to the couch, because it's like a little U, and he'll gesture to the couch right to his right. Momentarily, a couple minutes later, Cadeyrn will arrive.
Ianto will probably kneel rather than sit because this guy's like a high-ranking noble. That
Yeah, but he's not of your kingdom.
Yeah, but he's still a high-ranking noble, and he's my sister's husband.
I mean...
My lord.
And Gavril will just gesture, and then the curtains will close. Brenna is of the impression that there is a trip that has to be taken.
Ianto looks a little bit confused as to what exactly this conversation is.
I was told that perhaps you might be accompanying her on this excursion.
He looks to Brenna.
Brenna just looks back like what? Like you're going to Mahakam, I'm going to Mahakam. She just gives you like an innocent look. Not terribly innocent because it's Brenna. It's just like a blink, blink. Like, yeah. You are heading to Mahakam.
I am going to Mahakam, and if your charming wife wishes to come along, then it is her business, not mine.
I'm sure. I suppose, I'm merely concerned, I worry about my kitten's safety. I wish to make sure that she is protected.
She was built to kill, you know that.
Oh, he knows.
Killing is easy for my kitten. That is not my concern. Both of you can roll human perception.
Let's put 2.
I already rolled it earlier, so I won't make a second.
No, this is his attitude is
different.
Different roll.
Yeah, you're not in the social setting anymore. It's a different scene. Scenario.
20.
Yeah, particularly for Ianto, you look and you go, oh, he's like walking that fine edge of menace and just a little bit of possessive controlling. Or a lot of possessive controlling, one might say.
One might, depending on who the one is.
Depending on who the one is. And he...
couldn't. Brenna's not a great judge of certain things.
And he, you can tell, like, his hand that's resting around her shoulder just comes just a little bit around her, or just a little bit more as he pulls her in. And then brings his hand up and starts brushing the side of her ear. Just a little. Entirely, like, negligently as he's making eye contact with the two of you, and there's this hint of...
And Ianto does not make eye contact with him. Ianto looks like at his chin in a deferential sort of a way.
Yeah, he's looking at you, both of you, in the face, and you can both read that slight air of
Arrogance.
No, because arrogance implies that he isn't actually capable of what he's doing. He's competent. Do you guys remember the opening of The Godfather?
Mm-hmm. One, I assume.
Yes. I would always say Godfather 2. There isn't a third one. It's fine. We don't need to talk about the creepiness that is that one. When Don Corleone is greeting the guests who wishes to ask this favor at his daughter's wedding, just that slight air of menace and power and control just permeates the area.
Yeah, that's how nobles are. They can just kill anybody they want to, whenever they want. That's how they are.
Yeah, pretty much. And Cadeyrn, he will turn to you and say, well, my kitten wishes to go, I guess. Isn't that right, Kitty?
Yes, I think it would be very good. Beneficial.
Well then, if you are going to be a representative of the Passwacht in Latina, you should travel in style. We should have the coach prepared for you then.
She's thinking, God, but not, no. She's like, well, no one will know once I'm on the road. There's a lot of empty road. It'll be fine. She's like, all right, as long as Confidant can come along.
Oh, I
He
would
hates
not
being
trust him, anyone else to be. Yes, of course, it's a gift I would not want you to be without. So I shall therefore entrust my charming little cat to your fine care. I'm sure you'll take very good care of her.
Pulls out a piece of parchment and this sort of like, pencil.
Mm-hmm.
And he passes it to Cadeyrn to pass to Gavril, because he figures that Cadeyrn as a mage probably has more status and is probably a bit more appropriate than if he just did it himself.
I'll just present the paper to Gavril, but I will also try to peek at it.
He didn't fold it, like he used to hand it over.
Yeah.
No, that's it. So I'm just
yeah.
like very quickly
Yeah, I'm gonna read it as I
putting
hand
it
on over.
in my field of vision as I hand it over.
Go
Yeah.
ahead and roll the awareness just to see.
Because
I
it'd be
mean-
like, if he wasn't having to write everything down, he would just speak and we'd all hear it anyway. So,
Yeah, so 21, yeah.
And it says, if you wish her to be protected, you should send along guards. I am just an actor who cannot speak. Probably would say a mummer is what he probably would say, like a mummer who cannot speak.
Guards are an option. There are some that I will be sending along later. But I know that my little cat... And here he'll, like, lean in and, like, just brush his, like, nose against the side of your head, Brenna.
Mm-hmm.
But Cadeyrn, because Ianto isn't looking at him, you would
Looking right at his
notice...
chin,
Yeah, but this isn't something you would, like, from your perspective, because you're not looking at above his chin, you would still see that he turned his head to brush his nose. But Cadeyrn, because you are looking at him in the face, he keeps his eyes, that kind of menacing glare fixed on you. And Ianto. Although Ianto's not paying attention to it. That kind of like, when you turn your head to the side, but you keep your eyes tracked on what you were actually looking at. Gods, but I know that my little kitten and can sometimes feel hampered by such peoples. So,
Yeah, I think it would be faster to travel lightly, and you just did the perimeter. The area should be safe. I think all of the danger has pretty much headed eastward.
That's not gonna make him feel better.
At least for the time being. And we're headed like
Eastward.
southeast.
no, you're
No.
heading northeast.
Northeast. She's
Yeah,
well,
see-
she'll say to Toussaint, because that's the branch splits, and they with several days in advance.
So, this is what you
He's
want?
already mentioned that.
Are
yeah.
you sure this is what you want right now, my dearest?
Because I'd love to stay, I think it would be best for me to go at this moment in time. If anyone from the cat school comes while I'm gone, you just have to tell them I'm away.
Alright, I will make sure that none shall be here to disturb you when you return. And perhaps I shall indulge in some redecoration.
Ooh.
And when you come back from Mahakam, some of those things that you are bringing will be useful in that redecoration.
Look forward to it.
Alright then, I will go get the boys so that you may say your goodbyes.
Right, so Gorse and I will need to pack, so I will be here for a couple of hours. Everything is being prepared.
And he'll kind of turn to both Cadeyrn
Like,
and
leave after lunch, basically, because imagine it's like mid-morning at
Yeah,
this point.
Yeah. He will turn to Cadeyrn and Ianto. Gentlemen, I entrust my lovely kitten to your care. And he'll full gesture, and it looks flawless as he does so. He will stand up, he'll bring the arm that was, his left arm that was around Brenna, around the side of her shoulders, down to her right arm, and then as he's standing up, use that left hand that he brought around your shoulder to help you stand and bestow a kiss on your right hand, and then put it into Cadeyrn's, as he will then nod and stride magnificently out of this nook.
And after his nod, before he goes, she'll just like do the lean back and like smooch.
Yes.
And then he can go.
Yeah.
The moment he's out, I let out a oh.
And Ianto gets up from his one knee and dusts off his knee. And
You didn't have to kneel the whole time, Lord Biotonus part, but I didn't want to call you out, embarrass you. I'm still figuring this out.
he just kind of gives you this look that you probably could not
I'm
read
so
his thoughts.
drawn. No one can see in here.
He's just looking at you. And he looks around. Is there any other seating besides that bench?
There's the 3 benches. It's like a U. 3 benches in a U.
So he takes a seat,
U
not
for
the one that
euphemism.
Gabriel was at. And you can tell that he's like, Well, I don't know. Maybe you can't. You're a Witcher. Who knows?
Yeah, she's like, he's making faces. I don't. Cadeyrn. I didn't
What?
think it was that terrible.
Oh my god, this whole exchange?
Yeah.
And he hands this. He doesn't actually hand it to you. Just
He
puts it up in front of your
wanted
face.
to make sure that you as a people and that, we'd all be traveling safely together.
Why are you coming with us? It says.
Yeah, do you remember those letters that were stolen from his desk that were addressed to Mahakam? And I asked him about what business it was concerning, and it is a rather important business, and not just business for Gabriel, but for Matina. And so I said, since they've been stolen, perhaps it would be wise to send someone personally, so that information can't get misconstrued. And I think it would be good to get out of the castle in the next week or two. people from my school might be coming to wish me happy nuptials. And I would rather not be here when that happens.
Why not?
They might not be happy when they say when I said happy nuptials. That might not be the case. Marvelous wasn't able to deal with it without me having to be here. Or I can deal with it later. I learned that from you. I learned that I can just run away from my problems. So that's what I'm going to do by going to Mahaka with you. Also, why are we still holding hands? Looking at Cadeyrn because he put my hand in his hand. And she's like, why are we just like looking?
Oh, I let go of the hand.
I just seemed kind of zoned out or stressed. Are you all right?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I was before this whole pointless conversation. No, look at me. I'm not Gavril. My wife needs... Actually, he never referred to you as his wife. Or as a person. You're an animal.
But I'm a cat school Witcher. His nickname for me is Kitten. Or
Yeah, does he
cat.
also use this nickname on, like, official business? Or, like, official noble things? It doesn't sound
But you two are
great.
my friends, so I think he was trying to be casual.
Yeah, I'll try to do the same next time I speak with him then.
Brenna's not the best person about social stuff. It's fine.
She holds up, Ianto holds up the paper and it says, I don't run from my problems. I leave when the job is done.
You can leave from things other than work. That's fine.
He looks confused, like, what are you talking about?
Cat school is work, so
He goes,
leaving from work. I killed the Brooksers. There's no more work here. I should go. My
Then
last
shall
friends.
we?
Yeah,
are
I will
you
pack my
okay
things.
with this cat school thing?
I'm sure it'll be fine. Has a face of not sure if it's going to be fine, but I'm going to pack my things. See you at the carriage? I'm sure our horses will be prepared.
The minute she leaves, Ianto looks at Cadeyrn with, like, a very, it's like staring daggers, but the daggers are not aimed at you. But you can tell, he's not happy about something.
Red flags? Colorblind, what?
You want us to find a private nook somewhere?
And he shakes his head. He just kind of points at the bench where Gavril was sitting. And he just shakes his head. Like
I
he smells
agree.
something bad.
I agree with you. I don't like stuck-up people. And most politicians are. I don't know how they do it, honestly. All this tact and diplomacy just leads all of them to believe they're better than everyone else.
And he sort of looks where Brenna left, and he shakes his head again. They always think they own you.
They do. That they do.
And with
I
that,
I was just gonna say, I still need to raid some of the food stores downstairs if you want to give me a hand.
Like it's not gonna be decked out for us now that I'm going. It's gonna be fine. It'll be fine.
Oh
He's-
no, I'm raiding it for stuff for me.
He just sort of nods, and you can see him sort of like still with this furrowed brow about the whole situation. And as you both begin to move towards the curtain, he sort of steps himself up and he sort of puts on this air of that sort of a person who's a noble, so therefore they have that arrogance of being important, but also just a baronet, which is not even a hereditary title. So who also has that bit of a kind of a insecurity about their position, so is a little bit of a striver and a little bit eager to be deferential because they know they're just a baronet, and so like that kind of particular kind of it's a particular attitude of somebody who thinks they're better than everyone else by their breeding, but also knows they're the very, very bottom of that totem pole, and that just like that kind of that transformation as he walks towards the curtain with you.
and as you make your way, Ardzo will be retrieved. Goodbyes will be said to everyone. Lawrence,
Oh, yeah.
Florian, Gavril, Elsa.
I just watch him during these goodbyes as well.
He's very affectionate and emotional and positive and is the perfect husband.
Mm.
Based on that previous 27. You know, it's his castle. He knows how to play the game. As you make your way, who is riding in the carriage as you leave?
I think as we leave for the show, it's probably Brenna and Cadeyrn? The mage and the lady, the Witcher? Or just Brent? Yeah, Cadeyrn's not gonna want to ride a horse.
So here's the question.
Who's-
Are you
who's
going to
riding
take
confidant?
Are you going to take a driver with you?
Ooh, that's a good question. I want to say no. Brenna doesn't want anyone else that she doesn't necessarily. Any additional people. Would Ianto know how to drive? Brenna would totally drive the carriage a bit, but
I mean, he's also a baronet, and that would be
that's
inappropriate.
true. So maybe it should be Ianto and Brenna in the carriage.
Ianto was never in this castle, so that would look weird. And Lord Bytonus Pard was.
That's what I meant, like just you in general. You, the person.
Which one? Which Ianto?
No!
As the hashtag goes. So it would not be appropriate for Bytonus to be the driver. So
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
he could not.
No, I'll drive.
Okay. So
Wait,
Cadeyrn will drive.
But you're a mage.
Yeah, that's fine. Majors can drive.
That's a servant's position, but my.
The driver gets a whip.
How many people will the carriage fit?
It's a pretty decent carriage. You can fit 4.
Okay, so we don't, and then we have confidant. We're like, Ardzo, you need to ride confidant until we get like just out of town, and then we'll
Why?
switch.
Well, you could ride Ardzo. Well, I mean, you could hitch Confidant.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we'll do
Yeah,
that then.
'Cause
Everybody in the
you could
carriage.
hitch Confidant to the back of the carriage.
Yeah. Okay.
So you're not taking a driver then?
Mm-mm.
Who would
No.
be driving? We have to have a driver.
No, I'm driving.
It's Cadeyrn. Cadeyrn will drive.
That's so scandalous.
I just don't want liability. Or
I just don't want to have to hide anything. Yeah, that's it.
yeah.
So you
No
may
liability, no
leave.
spies. It's just us four hitting the road.
I want each of you to roll me a wilderness survival.
Okay. Yeah. I'm so good at surviving the wilderness.
You are
Um,
indeed.
Not.
I'm gonna burn my 2 luck points.
And you guys have one
Um,
left from chat.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
that's
do you
not
want
the wrong
do you want to take it, troopers? You
one.
have
Oh,
a
no,
15.
No. Ianto is not a wilderness survival person, so it makes sense that he only rolled 14.
Do you mind if I burn it?
Please.
No, go for it. Yeah.
20.
Yeah.
So
I hope that added to Brenna's count.
We're gonna have Ardzo roll too, or is he get?
no, I'm going to roll for him.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
really good at that. Yeah.
Generally.
I'm
Generally
going to
speaking.
roll. I will roll for him
Yay.
because
Ardzo.
actually, hold on. Good. That's what I thought. I did math right in my head. Wilderness survival. Where are you again? Under this. Here we go. 26.
Nice. Good job, Ardzo.
So
He almost crit.
he almost crit. So, yes, Brenna won that round.
I don't know
Oh.
if me typing in Brenna will actually add to the count.
It
but I
did.
hope
No,
it
it does.
Okay, good.
It did. You have mod status. You're fine.
Okay,
Um,
good.
all the counters are set except for cats are set for mods.
Yes.
So the first day is easy travel. Brenna, you know every road and switch beyond here, and you probably stay in the carriage for at least the first couple hours.
Couple hours, and then it's confidant time.
Then it's confidant
And-
time.
Like we stop, and she's like, oh, "I missed you so much." And it's just that
I think the horse that I took is probably also hitched because
Yeah.
the carriage
probably.
that we took would Peaches would have taken on the way out.
Yeah.
But
Mhm.
You have first day is easy travel, easy to make your way. You make night camp for the first night on your mountain pass, going down into into Toussaint.
Ianto probably creeps a little bit out of the way, out of visual sight, and like hides and sleeps there just in case they get come upon, so at least somebody's not in the same spot. Like not super far away, but just not in the same spot.
Brenna doesn't sleep; she meditates.
Because he's worried about like ambushes. If there's an ambush, then at
Yeah.
least he won't be in the circle of the ambush and might be able to.
Brenna pretty much only sleeps in the castle.
Cadeyrn,
Mm-hmm.
could you roll a magical training, please?
Worrisome.
21.
Out here at night, you'll notice a couple things. That magical brooch that you know Brenna wears, it glows. It's a little more obvious out here than in the castle.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still not
Mhm.
bright. It's little phosphorescent. You would also notice that hairpin that's stuck behind your left ear. Doesn't quite glow, but it feels lighter. Like you don't even feel the weight of it anymore. And you'll also feel that necklace, that medallion around your neck, burn and then shatter.
Uh-oh.
Oh, what?
Quick question. Do you want to end on this tonight?
Your question on what you choose to do at this next moment.
Wait, repeat that?
Your choice on what you want to do in this next moment.
If you
Well,
stab Brenna, then I suppose we don't stop just right now. I mean, I imagine.
Oh, no. I would just say, something happened to
Escapes.
Eleanor.
We find something.
I'll just show, like, motion to the scattered pieces of the necklace.
What does that mean?
And that's where we're going to pick up. Not next week.
Not
2
next
weeks.
week. 2 weeks.
Fortnite. In a fortnight.
In a fortnight.
In an
Not
actual
the game.
Fortnite.
Yeah. So everyone, spoiler alert, we are going to be participating in the Day Off Twitch, which is September 1st on Wednesday. So we will not be streaming next Wednesday. But so we will see in 2 weeks. What happened? Maybe. Who knows? We'll find out. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, I know, but I don't know if they'll find out. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for staying with us. We will go around and I'll do my spiel last. But let's go around and start with the Trooper. How you doing tonight, Trooper?
I am good. Ianto from his like Heidi spot is like, what? Because he is close enough to be able to hear what's happening in case there's trouble, because he doesn't, he's always worried about ambushes.
Yeah, right now there's not going to be an ambush. You're fine. She crit on that wilderness survival.
Yeah, but he's paranoid about those things. It's a thing. So he's like, trying to figure out what all that might mean, and what all that might mean. He doesn't know magic stuff. So he's like, we'll see. But I'm doing well. What is today? Today's Wednesday. You can find me on Friday at 7 p.m. for City of Light and Shadow. We had a week off last week because of all of this madness. But we are back next week. And Lindy will be there. And Simon is guesting. He's playing a really important character. It's really exciting. I'm really excited for him to be there. It's not actually true. I'm just messing with Simon right now.
I was gonna say, like, when?
I was like, Simon's guesting. Oh, that's awesome.
I mean, I'd love to, but it depends on the time and the
I know,
the
and
day.
you often have Friday games, and so I often can't.
Not
grab you.
anymore.
Interesting.
Ooh.
Yep. No more Cyberpunk. We ended Cyberpunk.
Interesting. Well then, I'm gonna just take that into account. But that's where and then you can find me on Sunday for Romance the Blue Rose at 8 here at Praxis Channel, and then at 4, which is earlier, at Table Story for Faint Dawn. That's me. Oh wait, I want to give love to. I want to give some remote love to Billy for his conversation with Javik. And I want to give like 14 loves to Simon for his rolling of the eyes once Gavril left. And I want to give just like all the love for that one. And then I want to, of course, give my very bestest sister of all times, Lindy, some love for the fact that she's going to break up with Gavril and stab him. Like, I feel like that's what she said. I feel like that's what she said.
Couldn't you tell how in love with her
I feel like you what you meant to say was.
Can you see how like she's like, oh, he loves me so much. That's really sweet.
I just didn't get that vibe. I just feel like Lindy, you were like, oh no. She's like, he's creepy, and now she's gonna stab him. Like, did I miss that?
I think you misread the room.
Really weird.
She's like, oh. Yeah, he's comfy around you too, so he's using my nickname. That's not great. We can all be friends.
I will note, Ianto did not agree to protect. He deflected because he's not a person that can protect anyone. And also
You'll notice who Gavril put Brenna's hand in.
Oh yes.
Dang.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, did I mention anti-love goes to Gavril? Just by the way, anti-love goes to Gavril, but pro-love goes to Prax for playing Gavril. Prax gets love for playing Gavril. Gavril gets no love. Gavril gets anti-love.
It's okay. He doesn't need your love because he gets Brenna's love. He gets a whole feeling. One of her whole 5 feelings.
Yep. Ianto doesn't even have a feeling yet.
Nope.
Not even a half.
Nope.
Mm-mm.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of half feelings, hey Lindy, how's it going? I can't wait to see how Brenna's gonna react for that with her that half feeling that she
You
has.
know who has a whole feeling, though, in this travel group that we are going to Mahakam
Confidant.
with? Confidant. Confidant has a whole feeling. She cares about that horse a whole lot. He's like her best friend aside from Alienor. He's her non-humanoid best friend. And he's amazing. And their hair matches. So that's, yeah, it's awesome. Love. I give all the love to Gavril because, and Prax, because she does such a good, because we talked about Gavril. We talked about him extensively. And
did the
laughed a
conversation
lot.
go like, I want to have a husband who's a real piece of crap and the worst?
No.
Was that how the
No.
conversation went?
No! It went, there's gonna be like this noble dude that like she's been seeing for like the past 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
And I want him to be like super possessive and just like, but really nice. He's just so nice to her. And you know, maybe people have concern, but she doesn't, because she doesn't see it. It's fine. It's great. It's great. And I love it because it's one of those things where it's like, give me this moral quandary. I love it. And you know, everybody has
feel
their own
like,
things to work on. You
I
know?
feel like Jansen's gonna have to have a conversation with Brenna about their mother.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds nice. Like a nice sibling bonding moment. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe you'll get a half feeling.
Well,
I hope I take it from Gavril.
Oh, that's gonna be real difficult.
That's gonna be really difficult.
He's had that whole feeling the longest, because he's had it longer than the other 3 people. Well, 2 people and a horse that have been alive. Yeah. So all my love for Prax, and by proxy Gavril. I loved Cadeyrn and Ianto with like the conspiracy board, like just trying to suss things out. Thought it was really great. And just Ardzo existing is amazing. And every conversation he has with everyone ever is like the best thing. And yeah, I can't wait to see how it goes, especially considering how conversations went last time with Ianto going, yeah, it'd be great if you just kissed my sister, and now we're all going on a journey. Yeah, so we'll see.
Did Haas just refollow?
It's the next day.
It's a different one, and I banned them already.
Wow. Mm-hmm.
Nice. But yeah, that's my love. You can find me online at LaughLoveLindy, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, etc. I play in and GM a lot of tabletop RPGs. You can find me next on Trooper's channel for some Colas, some City of Light and Shadow, where I'll be playing Flight the Angle, the Damsel in Distress.
With guest GM Simon. He's GMing now, actually.
Oh, wow.
On Friday. Yeah.
Simon, I can't wait.
I'm gonna have to read up on the game then.
Oh,
Have
you'll
you
be fine.
run Fate, Simon?
Never.
You'll be fine. We'll just tell him how to do things while we go, and it'll be fine. Just picture World War II Paris. It's great. 1941, Christmas. It's magical. It's gonna be fine.
All right, then. Oh my God! In the interest of full
Famous opera
immersion.
singer.
Okay. Well, in the interest of full immersion, then we will play the entire game in French.
Okay, that sounds awesome. I will be Google translated French, so good luck with that. And my pronunciations will be worse than my Spanish pronunciations, which you don't want to hear them. I'm sorry. It's just a great cause for offense. You might have to put disclaimers up. But I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot of fun. And you can find me after that on Sunday for more Romance of the Blue Rose, where everything's also just fine and dandy. It's just all fine and dandy. No one's having not dreams or anything, and everything's good, and they're not having silent mental breakdowns while on night watch, and they're definitely getting a full night of sleep. And then, of course, on my channel, Monday and Tuesday for D&D. So it's a lot of fun, and Tuesday's getting a real horror movie vibe based on the fact that the Grand Conjunction's happening. Yay, Ravenloft! And that's me.
And last but never least, hey Simon, thank you again for being here.
Hello, I'm Simon at Wandering DM. My love for today is going to go to, oh boy, everyone. Everyone except me. Because
You need to
Gavril.
have self-love.
No,
I can-
everyone. You can have love for
except
yourself.
Gavril.
Yeah, except Gavril.
Oh,
If there's an
except Gavril.
acceptance for Gavril.
What?
Yeah, it's like
He
that
was so
meme.
great the night, though.
It's like that meme of like, Ianto, like I give all my love to Ianto, I give all my love to Brenna, I give all my love to Ardzo, and then there's just the name like just Gavril, and it says like not you, and then we skip. So anyway, I'm Simon at Wandering DM. I am started new meds tonight, and they apparently knock you out, which is actually what's happening. You can find me on my channel tomorrow at 8:30 p.m. for Sentinels of the Multiverse. Apparently on Friday, I am GMing the finale of City of Light and Shadows. And then on, it's the finale because I'm going to ruin everything. Then on Saturday at 1 p.m., you can come back to my channel for some Scion. And on Sunday, I become a vampire live in front of everyone on Romance of the Blue Rose.
Point of order. For Romance of the Blue Rose, which is Sunday, back here on the channel. Hi, everybody. I'm Prax, your friendly neighborhood Prax, at Deirdre on Twitter, whatever. Or Prax. But, point of order. You did manage to shining light yourself and break yourself get Lady Talus out of y'all's mind. So you remember, you go down 1 point of corrupt, you've overcome 1 level of Fang sickness. So you might not turn it into a vampire on, But, yeah, no, it'll be great. As for me, you'll find me here on Sunday for Romance of the Blue Rose. Yes, there are some interesting things happening as they make their way into the city. And then they make their... Oh, yeah. Same one. I thought so. Interesting. But, where was I? Sorry about that, guys. We just gotta notice that reasons. We're not having a game on Wednesday. We are participating in the day off of Twitch, because hate raids and bot raids are assholes, and fuck off! I can say it in multiple languages if you would like.
Ooh, please do.
Can you do it in Latin?
Ooh, I mean, I can give the same impression, but it's not the same terms. Because fuck isn't really
as long as it's the impression,
Yeah.
that you're really going for anyway.
That's what we're going for.
Incendare. Which is literally like, I will, go die, basically. Effectively what it is. It's a hortatory subjunctive, which, by the way, anytime you say fuck off, is really a prayer that you're saying was like, I want God to fucking kill you.
Oh.
Please don't take this as an actual threat. But step off.
Although Greek gods, that would actually probably happen, right? Because Zeus just had sex with everybody, like all the time.
Yeah, no, he didn't have sex with everybody.
Well, that's true.
You have to remember, you have to be female and attractive.
Yes. That's fair. That's fair.
And I'm pretty sure that everybody who's in charge of these, bot raids
Does not
doesn't
count.
meet at least one of those qualifications. At me. But yes, so we're taking the day off of Twitch. And then we'll be back here Sunday for Romance of the Blue Rose, where we'll see what happens. Lady Talus is playing around. There's a Lich King walking around. There's romantic quandaries and the possibility of an orgy. Building. Who knows? Also, hey Lindy, guess what? As you are distracted by the important things from your wonderful, wonderful husband.
Her husband might be an amaretto sour.
Your husband is bringing you all the important things.
Ooh.
Yeah. And
I heard my name. Guess what? So I was just accepting a beverage.
September 3rd. It's a Friday.
Mhm.
3 o'clock afternoon here.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Mhm,
we're gonna see what Aurelia Ludus Sterling is doing in the
Yes.
6 months between Mechton season 1 and Mechton season 2.
I do miss Aurelia.
Mhm.
She's a delight.
So this is the first of our solo episodes for Mechton. Everyone's gonna get the solo episode, and then we're gonna have season 2 of Mechton. But we're gonna start a week from Friday, September 3rd. And other than that, I feel like we should actually raid somebody with love and not shit. So is anybody out there? I mean, we can go send some love to Myth. We should send some love to Myth, right?
Sure.
Yes, love myth.
Let's send some. He's playing some Red Dead. Let's send some love there.
Ooh, cowboy myth.
But we will see you next time, everybody. Until then.